Good morning. It's April 23rd. We're here in the Port of Tillamook Bay offices. And the April 4th board meeting of the Oregon State Marine Board is called to order. Before I get started on our agenda items, I'd like to make a couple announcements, and we have to be made. First off, I want to thank Brian for the tour yesterday, looking at some of the sites that we have given money to or will be having requests for grants coming to us in the future. That was really informative to actually be able to see some of these sites and see what their conditions are. I also want to make mention that for our board members, the Marine Law Training Academy is coming up starting next week over in Madras for 2 weeks. And then later in the summer with drift boat and jet boat trainings. And we are always welcome to go to those if you're interested. Check in with Brian or Eddie to figure out how to make that happen. Yeah, I think you have something.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Chair Jackson and members of the board. I just wanted to acknowledge that unfortunately a couple of months ago we lost a board member, Jeff Cunningham, and we were really looking forward to getting to know him more. Although our time together was very short on this board, he provided a very unique insight into boating, and especially motorized boating, and all the work that he did at Lake Billy Chinook. And so we are certainly at the Marine Board going to miss his presence here and wishing all his family all the best.
I would second that.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to working with Jeff. He seemed like a really knowledgeable guy and very active in East Aurora. So very sorry to hear it was lost.
And he also has just a really interesting perspective as a manufacturer. So yeah, we will miss him for sure. All right, first item on the agenda is our meeting minutes from the January 29th meeting. Are there any questions or comments on this? Jennifer, thank you for a great job. Motion to approve them.
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes as presented in the from Jennifer.
Is Jennifer, is Dax online?
He has not joined yet.
Okay, so we currently have 3 board members, which does constitute a quorum. So are there any questions or comments again about those minutes? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Minutes are approved. Our next item is public comment. We have 5 people signed up online who wish to speak, and I believe we have a list of about 22 folks here. Before we get started, the board encourages members of the public to speak to us. As a reminder, the board will not consider testimony on items up for decision on today's agenda. Speakers will be given 2 minutes to speak and allowed slightly longer at my discretion. Do not expect the board to interact with you after your presentation, although board members may ask questions to clarify a point that you have made. Board members, a reminder. If speakers are addressing items which have closed to public comment, we can hear those comments, but the comments should not be considered in our decision making later today. Feel free to ask the speaker a clarifying question, but because of public notice rules, any deeper discussion with the commenter, staff, or other board members on a topic needs to be brought back as an agenda item at a future meeting or work session. For the folks who have signed up to speak today, I also want to remind you that our decision today is actually, because most of the people here are here to talk about the SLEDS project. Any decision that is made today would be the first step in a process that's still going to go on for probably 6 or 8 more months. There will be an official public hearing. There will be more opportunities for public comment before an actual decision on that issue is made. And I see Dax is now with us. Good morning, Dax.
Good morning, everybody.
I'm going to first call the 5 people who are with us online. Is Kurt Boyce with us? He is not? Okay. How about Tim Luke? Is Tim Luke online with us?
No.
No? How about Dylan Gorman? No? Todd Logan?
Yeah.
Todd Logan, are you with us?
Yes, present.
And Jennifer's going to keep a time clock going, so go ahead. Go
Are you
ahead,
waiting
Todd.
for me? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And so I just want to tell the Marine Board, thank you very much for the amount of time that you've put into this petition. I know it's being on the rack, it's been a long process, and so I just want to acknowledge that. And that I believe conflict does occur on the Siletz River, and I encourage you to restrict motors above Jack Morgan Park.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for coming out today, Mr. Logan. Ty Wyatt, are you online?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Oh, am I first?
Actually, Mr. Logan spoke just before you.
Okay, great.
Go ahead,
Oh, go ahead and give my testimony.
please.
So my name's Ty Wyatt. I consider the Siletz one of my home rivers. I started fishing the Siletz in 1987 along with the LC. Caught my first steelhead on the Siletz out of a drift boat. Fast forward to today, I've been a charter captain and fishing guide in Alaska for over 20 years and spend my winters in Washington fishing Oregon and Washington. This whole process has been something else, and I'm very disappointed that we have not come together as a community, especially considering the RAC process was over 8 months of discussion, and Marine Board staff's recommendation is that gas motors are unsafe on a drift boat in whitewater. And that is a perplexing statement. And I want to point out that ORS 183-332 is a policy statement, is the conformity of the state rules with the equivalent federal laws and rules. And that recommendation based on safety is not in compliance with the U.S. Coast Guard. And after talking to numerous boat manufacturers yesterday on the phone, they were unaware that the state of Oregon Marine Board is somehow not in compliance with the U.S. Coast Guard, identifying that a gas motor is unsafe on a drift boat. That is a perplexing issue to me. So moving on, I think restricting any motor use on the Siletz will result in reduced angler access and opportunity. And speaking of that opportunity, that's 29 miles of river to float. The Siletz has been identified by the RAC and staff as a similar river to the Nestucca, to the Wilson, and the Clackamas. And I'd like to point out that the Wilson has 9 miles of floatable river. 9. Again,
Mr.
the
Wyatt?
Siletz is 29. Yeah, go
Mr.
ahead.
Wyatt, is that? We're giving people 2 minutes to present their testimony, and your time is up.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for coming out today. I see that Dylan Gorman is online. Dylan, would you like to give your testimony? You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, yeah. Thank you, board members. Thank you, OSMB staff. Just wanted to give a couple quick comments here. In my official capacity, I'm employed as a biologist for the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians. And after the last meeting in January, I actually began a process of interviewing Siletz area community members to document for the record some of the conflict and issues that they see on the river. And in that process, I interviewed about 9 Siletz area community members. We actually had more people that wanted to be interviewed, but they didn't want their names submitted to the public record for fear. And so those interviews lasted in length from 30 minutes to an hour, so they're pretty extensive. And we talked about different topics: fishing, historical use of the river, the current state of affairs. And excerpts from those interviews were packaged and given to you all as board members. And so I genuinely hope that you all took the time to watch those, because there was considerable time and effort, not just from our department here at the Siletz Tribe, but just from the individuals that agreed to be interviewed, that went into packaging that and giving it out to you. So their comments, they are not hearsay. They're not circumstantial. The video that was submitted with those comments documents the behavior that they talk about. People fishing this river, the Siletz, are routinely disregarded. They're motored past above no wake speeds. They're yelled at using profanity, and they're blocked from fishing. This adversely affects their ability to recreate and potentially is impacting their safety. Many local community members no longer fish this river for fear of conflict. So I hope you all can see this conflict and feel the pain it brings to people here locally in Siletz and other people that just come here to fish that aren't local. And I hope that you vote to restrict boat motors on this river and improve the recreation. And I also wanted to just thank all of the OSMB staff and board members for the time, effort that's gone into this over the last year. You all have done an exceptional job, and I just that is not lost on people. I know it's been a lot of work. So thank you.
Thank you very much for coming out today. In comment on Mr. Gorman's thing, I meant to mention earlier, we did receive a video testimony from Angela Sandana. Because of the technology we currently have, we are unable to play that video here today. All the board members and all the staff members who are associated with this issue have watched the video, and the video will be included as part of the public record of this meeting. We have Court Boyce or Tim Luke available. Read the names up there. It does not look like it.
They're not.
Okay, so we're going to start with the list of people who are here in the room. We're going to ask that you come up to the table that's over here. The first three folks are going to be Mike Cosidar, Randy Bales, and Gary Whetstone. And we've got the little clock over there. You'll have a green light, and you'll see the red light when it comes up.
Thank you. Morning. My name is Mike Cosidar. I was on the RAC committee. I attended every meeting. I got a little written statement here first. I'm very happy to hear that the staff recommending that no motors above Morgan Park and all tributaries that take place on the Siletz River. I encourage the Marine Board to vote in favor. I hope the Marine Board has seen the videos and heard the obvious reasons why such a rule is long overdue. I know the Marine Board has a schedule to follow. If they make a rule change, I would like to say, if possible, to speed up your schedule by 1 month if you enact no motors above Morgan Park, because we are here to protect the fisheries and to end this madness that we got going on down there. I'm a landowner and a riverfront fisherman. I own both. So is my brother Jerry, and we are affected the most of anybody that's here. These sled boats are driving us nuts. We gotta stop it. We have to stop this madness. If you do the same thing twice and you do it a third time and not succeed, that means you're crazy. Let's end this. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out today. Mr. Bales?
I want to thank you guys for your time and the effort to go through all this. My name is Randy Bales. I'm a business owner. I've been a fishing guide for 9 years. I've born and raised for 50 years in the Pacific Northwest. Started fishing the Siletz over 40 years ago. I currently have 3 herniated discs in my back. So I require a motor in order to fish my clients. So I'm fighting a disability basically because of that. And if I row, I'm done for a week. I can't, in that kind of miles, you can't row 26 miles, or like if you do from Twin Bridges down to Morgan, you can't physically row that in a day. You need the motor to get through the slow water to continue and still present trips for my clients. I have a product business, Lured Beads, and I've been providing fishing gear for steelhead for steelhead and guides for the last 14 years. And I have a huge investment in the area. I donate product money to all these fisheries. I'm part of the broodstock program where I carry a tank for our broodstock. I can't physically fill that up with 200 pounds of water, fish, and 3 guys and row down the river and be part of that program. It's going to end that program for me. I won't be able to fish hardly a small section, and if I can. And it's physically demanding. I got 3 kids to support, and it's a big part of my income on that river. And I run a 4-stroke Yamaha motor, which is 0 emissions. It's super clean. It has no effect on the river bottom or anything. And if you're experienced enough, you can literally gently go down that river and have hardly any impact. Less impact than an anchor drag, for sure. I mean, an anchor will pretty much take more damage than a kicker motor will. And so I just wanted to express that. Thank you guys for your time. I hope you consider my side of it and what I'm dealing with, and other people that can't row as well. It's a big deal, and it's a lot of river, and it'd be sad to lose that fishery and the extra broodstock being put in the program. So thank you for your time.
Okay, Mr. Whetstone is next, followed by Nick, and I'm gonna butcher your last name, Teshka and Grant Shield. So go ahead.
I'm Gary Whetstone. Was born and raised in Siletz, Oregon, and recreationally have fished my whole life on the Siletz. I've been a guide for the last 9 years, and I just recreationally fish with my drift boat and motor, usually by myself. And so if I can't use a motor, I won't be able to recreationally and fish and have access, because can't row and fish at the same time. You'd have to anchor up and fish. I've fished the lower sleds with my boat with a motor, but I am guide there, but I just recreationally fish. I just feel like my access I won't be able to fish if I have to row. I'll have to anchor. And I think it was previously mentioned in a previous meeting by one of the other residents of Siletz that the guy that rows is, in fact, he can't fish. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Have a written letter as well. Submit. I'll go through this. So my name is Nick Apteshka, a homeowner of roughly 2.5 acres along the Siletz River. Been fishing the Siletz River the past 29 years out of a drift boat for 27 years, many of which with a motor on my drift boat. I've heard many purposes to this petition, including topics of pollution, bank erosion, protection of fish, noise, competitive advantage, impolite behaviors, etc. I was approached about 1.5 years ago by a member of the Siletz community to sign the petition, of which I declined. Questioning that individual, it was brought up that one of the topics, at least in their area, was that they're not catching as many fish as they once did, and they feel the motors are directly affecting their catch rate. So that was just the topic that I remember during that conversation. Basically, they were unhappy with their success rate. So with my experiences using a motor on a drift boat, I've had 3 occasions where I've lost an oar. One time I lost the oar and I had to navigate down to the boat ramp, Morgan Park, with my 70-year-old dad in the boat. Luckily, we were able to safely navigate to Morgan Park with just the motor. I've lost an oar out of my boat, pulling my boat out at Ojala. And basically I relaunched my boat, able to get my $500 oar back. You know, I was able to safely navigate the river, what I would never have been able to navigate otherwise with just one oar. Boat ramp staging areas right above Morgan Park. Sometimes you're waiting for someone to retrieve their shuttle. Ultimately, you're ending up hovering in place, rowing in place. There's a sweeper below it. It's not a safe area at times without a motor. You know, fishing. I fish in my backyard. An advantage of having a motor is I can fish in the morning. Using a motor in a larger area, I could tie my boat up to my bank and I can fish in the afternoon. I don't always have time to do a complete drift. You know, I've invested a lot in my drift boat, my motor. I've owned several drift boats, a jet boat, I have an ocean boat, all registered through the State Marine Board. You know, it's not inexpensive by any means. Having to install and uninstall a motor on my drift boat repeatedly on my drift boat would also cause damage to my drift boat. If you all have clamped a motor to your boat, it does gall the back of your boat. You know, it's kind of unfortunate that would be a potential scenario because I do fish the bays and lakes throughout Oregon. My drift boat's more than a rowboat. It's versatile. It's probably the most versatile boat you could have for many reasons.
Sir, your time's up.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you for coming out today. Our next person is Mr. Shield, followed by Mr. Hedrick and Mr. Hulseth. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for having us. My name is Grant Sheely. I've been fishing the river for past 50 years. I've been guiding for 33 years there. I am one of the original motor users over there. And I have always strived really hard to be uber polite over there. And this has gained in popularity. I've made it my mission, and lots of us here have, to make sure we don't have conflicts. I keep hearing there's lots of conflicts, and that is upsetting. We honestly don't see them anymore. We definitely police ourselves. If there are conflicts, I'm not saying there's not, we just don't see them. I don't think just shutting the river down to motors all one day it's definitely not gonna fix conflicts on the river. There's plenty of those before we had motors. But I want to get together and find out what these conflicts actually are and what can we do to solve them, not just shut it down to a huge river use segment, because we're like 80% of the boats are using some sort of propulsion other than oars. And to shut down 80% of the river users at the moment just doesn't seem, river floaters to be fair, there's bank fishing too. I just don't think that just seems like a crazy first step that we're wanting to do here. I guess the point is, we care about what's going on. We want to fix any issues that we have. Just give us an opportunity to do it. We'd love to sit down with whoever and have an opportunity to fix this. What do you need from us? Just don't close it down first step.
Thank you.
Chair Jackson, Representative Port Boyce, who was signed up for online testimony, is joined us if you want to work with him.
Okay, why don't we finish with these two gentlemen and then we'll have Mr. Boyce. Great.
Thank you guys for having us today. My name is Greg Hedrick. I've been guiding on the Slats River since 2015. I actually still remember the first time I fished the Slats back in 2011, 2012 with guide Mike Kelly, who's here today. Prior to that time, I spent most of my time fishing on the Siuslaw River. And what I noticed immediately when I started fishing the Slats was that the motorized boats actually helped not only reduce crowding, but it allowed multiple boats to fish the same water at the same time, effectively sharing the same water, which was a super drastically different than what I'd experienced on Siuslaw and other rivers where predominantly people would drop anchor. They would drop anchor, essentially claim a section of water to themselves. And that behavior really was creating more conflict than anything I've ever seen between boat motor users on the Siletz. Over the past decade, I've had countless number of clients comment about the positive atmosphere on the Siletz. There's kind of a level of cooperation and mutual respect between guides and other anglers that's a lot different than other rivers. And so I think, the real question is like, what's actually changed? The board's already reviewed, multiple times in the past and allowed motorized use. And so for that decision to change, it seems like there should be some clear evidence of increased safety and concerns or documented conflict. And from what I've seen on the river and from what I hear from other guides and my clients is that increase really isn't there. So I would just strongly encourage the board to look at more, objective data before making a decision that would fundamentally change how the river is used by a vast majority of the users that are there.
Thank you for coming in today.
Thanks.
I'm Matt Halseth. Thank you guys for having me come speak. I've been a fishing guide since 2012. I've fished the Siletz River for 31 years, I think, out of a boat. We've all kind of graduated to using motors. Like Greg touched on, our clients always notice how good we get along. Everybody, we show courtesy to other boaters on the river. I don't see any conflict. What's been brought to my attention on the river with motors, though, has been safety. Like just February 21st, float down to Morgan Park. We pull in. There's very limited area at like 3 of our boat ramps for boat staging for people to pull in there and get out of the current. I go, guys, we got to get all the way over against the grass. We got a drift boat coming in, doesn't have a motor on. He comes by the ramp, drops his anchor, misses it completely. We motor back, we hop in my boat, we go out, his anchor's stuck in the sand. There's a sweeper right below the boat ramp itself. He's in a position where he goes into the tree, too far from the bank, can't row back up. And Illahee the same way, the boat ramp there. Ojala Bridge, same way. We've had to relaunch boats and go catch them. Like it's a public safety issue to not have motors available on the river to help people out. Anytime that something's happened on the river, Marine, you guys let the sheriff use boats with motors to go help out to collect boats or gear or, unfortunately people. So like just the public safety part of it for river users is a big deal. The Siletz is not built like the Nostoc or any of the North Coast rivers where we don't use motors. I often tell myself, okay, I'm gonna go fish in a couple days just to see how good we got it down there. We can all spread out. It's just important to me that we keep them and keep the opportunity there for everybody. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for coming out today. So we're going to switch back to our online folks, and we have Kurt Boyce. We're going with 2 minutes for testimonies. So Mr. Boyce, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. For the record, Court Boyce, State Representative District 1, Coos Curry and Douglas counties. Our handle is Wild Rivers Coast, and we're doing everything we can to put fish back in the river. And I've been working on that for about 10 years, both as a commissioner and now 4 years as a state representative. Director Warren, you and your staff, thank you very much. I served on the Marine Board 1996 through 2004. What a great experience. Quick story. The year I was chair, 2 years, I sat between Bob Christensen, a Republican lawmaker, and Jim Whitty, a Democratic lawmaker. And sometimes they didn't get along too well. In those days, I decided, I don't think I'm ever going to grow up and be a state rep, but here I am now needing therapy. But hey, I appreciate you all, the volunteers on the Marine Board that serve. You go without pay, and a lot of times you don't even turn in the fuel reimbursement. So thank you for that service. And it was just a great experience for me. I made my life on Rogue River and motorized use, and frankly, I'm here today testifying on the recommended potential closures for the Siletz River. But I've heard all the stories, the safety issues, why we want to limit motorized use, and in our area we have an excellent safety record, and sometimes it looks like from the state of Oregon and for that matter, the western states, we tend to overlook the multi-use principles. And so those restrictions can really have negative impact on various users. And so I'm opposed to, at this time, any restrictions on the Siletz River to motorized use. You know, the great boating facilities we have in Oregon that we're all proud of, you know, it's the motorized license pay fees that keep the Marine Board going with 4/5 of their operating budget. And so it's just a little troubling to see an effort to raise those fees, or especially when we're in, you know, as a lawmaker, it is getting more and more difficult to fund our state departments, as you all know. And so I think this movement on the Siletz is premature, and I think it will impact negatively even our economy. And so that's essentially what I wanted to say today. As far as the tribal issue goes, I have great respect for the Siletz management and you know, the tribal efforts and the work that they do for our communities. In this case, I think the guides need to be protected, and that puts a little bit of responsibility on the Marine Board to recognize that, and again, keep that multiple use forefront in this incredibly gifted natural resource state. So I am available for questions. Greatly appreciate the time. And sorry I was a little bit late there getting in.
Thank you for coming out today. We have a lot more public testimony to get through, so you actually weren't late. Our next group of folks is going to be Jerry Kosadar, Jay Yellis, and Kurt Curry.
Morning, Board. I got half a mile of river frontage on the Siletz, and thanks to my grandparents that carved that out of the valley. And I put $90,000 into protecting the spawning beds in that area. And it was quite apparent that we've been declining in fish population in that area in the last 20, 30 years. And a big part of that, I really feel, is when the jet sleds used to come roaring up in there, and the shock waves, according to Stan Van's testimony that he gave there in Newport, it showed several feet away from the bow of the boat, shock waves on the bottoms of those river bottoms, rocks moving 5 and 6 feet in both directions. I mean, you could have a sailing vessel and the same thing would be happening. It's the shock wave of those boats going through fast on those spawning beds that we're losing fish. We've got fish spawning from September all the way to June on the Siletz. And as we have more motorized vehicles up and down that stream, you know, it saddens my heart to see those fish that I've been trying to protect, their population's just plummeting. And I'm seeing this. I'm 72 years on that river. And we used to be able to damn near walk across the backs of those fish. And today, if I see 5 or 6 spawners in that same riffle, it just, you know, breaks my heart. So we've got to do something. You know, it's got to be restrictions on these motors, because the more motors flying up and down that stream is going to get worse. So, you know, the board has to really look at this as, you know, this is a dire situation. I've seen other streams where they protected their streams, got the motors off, population come back. So that's something that, you know, and biologists that work for the Fish and Wildlife, Mr. Ammerman, you should have been there at that meeting, and his comment was, how much damage are the guys running those boats willing to do to the river? That was his last statement. How much damage?
Thank you for coming out today. Mr. Yellis?
Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to provide comment this morning. Good morning, I'm Jay Yellis. I was on the rack. I'm a recreational angler. I spent 35 years of my life fishing competitively, so I know what on the water conflict looks like. I've seen plenty of it in my lifetime, and I fish the Siletz weekly year round, and I don't personally see conflict on the water. And I invite any of you to ride along with me sometime and look for yourselves and see what it looks like out there on the water. So I believe the conflict is ideological. It has to do with fishing techniques and what some people think how users should use the river, fishing related wise, technique wise. But as a member of the RAC, I found the staff recommendation to be totally unreasonable to ban all motors above Morgan. To me, that's just ludicrous. It seems to me like the Marine Board's had a bias towards the tribe's petition from the start. And I have, the reason I think that is the majority of the users on the river, about 80% use motors, but the RAC members who were pro-motor were in a minority. The Marine Board also allowed the tribe to show a video presentation during the RAC meeting. But most importantly, I found the staff's recommendation totally disregarded the needs of the handicapped and elderly, because to close the whole river to motors above Morgan, that totally precludes handicapped and elderly from the 11-mile section of river from Old Mill Ramp to Morgan due to the Ojala boat slide. That's unusable by handicapped or elderly. So, and you can't expect elderly or handicapped to row 11 miles of river. And so at the January 26th meeting, Alan stated, quote, "The source of the conflict is beyond our scope at the Marine Board." And I believe it's totally a social issue and has nothing to do with on the water conflict. I just don't see it. And I also at the last meeting proposed a reasonable compromise that was due to water flow restrictions that Chair Jackson was in favor of consulting with ODFW about what an appropriate river height restriction would be. And I was just wondering if if ODFW has been consulted on a potential river height restriction in order to find a compromise in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out today. Kurt Curry. And the next two after him will be Josh Yar and Scott.
My name's Kurt Curry. I've operated Curry Guide Service for 22 years. I guide with a motor on the Upper Siletz from January through early April. In regards to angler conflicts, due to motor use, to my knowledge, there has not been any formal complaints of such conflicts. This includes complaints to law enforcement. As a guide, my number one priority is safety for my clients and for those around me. Motor use on the Upper Siletz makes the Upper Siletz safer. I've used my motorized drift boat to pull to safety 2 non-motorized drift boat anglers after the boat they were operating tragically sank. If I would not have had my motor on my drift boat, it would have made it impossible to save those anglers and to pull them to safety. And they're alive. They possibly could be alive because of my motor and my help due to having that motor. Motors make launching and safely reaching takeouts much more safe. Passing takeouts happens, and when it does happen, it's easily corrected with a motor. In regards to fish populations in the Siletz, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has asked guides to participate in wildlife native fish collection for their broodstock program. This collection utilizes large live wells that can exceed 100 pounds that we carry in our drift boats. Removing motors from the Upper Siletz will eliminate this very successful program. Motors allow boaters to carry these large tanks and allow us to access the holding facilities, which often are below the boat ramps, to release those fish into those holding tanks. We've released those fish into the holding tanks, motor back up to the boat ramp. So I feel that motors are a vital tool for not only fish populations, but for safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yar.
Thanks for having us today. My name is Josh Yar. I'm a pretty new guide. I'm only going on my third year. Probably fished the Select, so going on 6 or 7 years now. I just wanted to show out today and show my support for a river that has a lot of solid guides and fishermen. Reiterating what these guys have already said, I actually think that an anchor causes more damage to the river than a small motor like a kicker motor, especially a 4-stroke clean motor. A lot of these guys put in a ton of work for the Silettes to make it a better fishery for everyone with programs like the Broodstock program. I fish a handful of rivers, and what I see on the Silette seems to be by far the least confrontational out of all those rivers I've ever fished. It's a great place for new people and experienced people, and it's because of the use of motors that we can share the river and take turns fishing the same water so everyone can share it. So,
Thank you. Mr. Hammerman?
Thank you, Chair Jackson, and members, and Director Warren. I want to say it's brutal to me to be stuck to drive all the way here, give days off, drive all around the state to get 2 minutes to talk. I've been tried to be a part of this process the whole way and been blocked by staff. At the last meetings, you guys encouraged staff to include those of us and have not. I will say that I've diligently watched all the videos back of all the board meetings, sometimes 20 times. I will say you guys repeatedly asked for clarification on what conflict was, and I have a list of the timestamps and stuff that you guys asked for those questions. Alan 3 times talked about what conflict was. The first time he said that, you know, it's conflict between the tribe and the other users, and many feel that the tribe have more rights to the river or have a substantial heritage and history of the river, but that lies outside the scope of what the State Marine Board is allowed to view. So that's outside of your purview. If you believe the tribe has more rights, then let's settle that in a courtroom, do that kind of stuff, but not settle that here today. So it should be dismissed for that reason if you believe the tribe has more rights to the river. The second time Alan spoke about what conflict was, I have timestamps on all these if you want to go back and watch those comments and the questions you guys led to. The second time Alan was asked, he said it's a different in fishing styles, that a bunch of the boat motors go down the river, they all get along, they all take passes, they do stuff, but somebody comes in with a different style and wants to anchor, and sometimes that creates conflict. But then he went on to say how that lies outside the purview of the State Marine Board because those are different fishing styles. Those would be ODF and W regulations and not Oregon State Marine Board regulations. And I have a timestamp on that one too. The third time he talked about what conflict is on the State Marine Board was directly answering your guys' question of clarifying conflict. And he said that it's because the Silettes has the best salmon runs on the state of Oregon. And those salmon runs lead to larger bag limits. So ODF and W has set a 2-fish limit on the Silettes while there's a 1-fish limit in all the other rivers. And because of that, that creates conflict, but that's outside of your purview. That is ODF and W regulations. And if you want to change those regulations to remove that conflict, we can do that through ODF and W. And so I have that. I have a handout for all of you guys. I also have an entire thing of all the times you guys have directed staff to come to a middle ground compromise and to not have a straight closure and not have it go back to the way it has been in the past. And these are all the timestamps of those kind of things. If you want to handle one all the way over to Director Warren and that kind of stuff. And Craig Withy, when you guys opened rulemaking, was very clear to staff that staff was not to come back with a closure, and he didn't want to limit access to user groups that have limitations. He made that very clear. There's a timestamp there. And if you look at the video you guys produced at Ojala that you guys just released, you can't tell me it took 4 very able-bodied people to put in and take out at Ojala. Great video the State Marine Board did of how to use that ramp, but it's not something that's an ADA person can use. The State Marine Board prides themselves in ADA compliance, but you have to tell me how is removing all motors off this river an ADA compliant? So that was my time. Thank you.
Right.
I can speak for hours, but obviously I can't.
Thank you for coming today. Our next 2 people are Angela Sandana and John Sullivan.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Angela Sandana, the Natural Resources Director for the Confederated Tribes of Siletz. I've been engaged with this process from the inception, and I want to thank the Marine Board and their staff for the considerable amount of time that you put into this, and also for the staff's thoughtful analysis of the alternatives put forward in your packet for today's decision. I do want to point out these are challenging policy type decisions. And they are very significant. They do affect all river users. They affect the river directly. And quite frankly, this river has been waiting for 25 years for this board to make a decision in its favor. Issues on the Siletz have escalated over the last 25 years. It's basically a free-for-all. Other river closures and abundant fishing has created a situation where there is conflict. You know, you keep hearing there's no conflict, but there is. We document it, we feel it, we see it. And so it's time to take decisive action on the Siletz. And, you know, everyone says, well, there needs to be a compromise. Well, this is a compromise. Half of the navigable riverway will be open to boats with motors. Half the river will be closed to motorized use. That is a compromise. That is necessary to protect our river, to protect our fishery, to reduce conflict. And so it's at this time that I posed the question. You know, earlier we heard that the guides need protection. Well, who's going to protect the river? If we don't protect the river, the guides will no longer have any viable business. And so that is where I'm coming from, is that this river needs action now. It's been waiting a really long time. And I was a little aggrieved to hear that this process may go on another 8 months. We've already been at this well over a year. And I think that while there needs to be appropriate public opportunity for comment and additional hearings or whatever the board decides, I do believe we have enough information that we can make a decision at your July meeting and move forward, because fall is coming and that's when our salmon are returning to spawn in this river. And so I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. John Sullivan?
Thank you. My name is John Sullivan. I live on the Siletz River, about midway below the highest drift on the river. I have lived there for approximately 35 years. I have fished the river for approximately 45 years. I'm not a commentary, so please forgive my use of the English language sometimes. Because I do live, not only do I live on the river, but I can sit in my living room and have a full view of the entire river for several hundred yards up and down. So I am able to personally observe what happens, at least on that stretch, and I must assume that it would be throughout the river, and particularly the upper river. One of the things that happen is the boats with motors, if they get a strike and they're run just at the upper end of my property, they turn around and go back up because there's a fish in there. I might catch him. If they catch a fish, we'll go back up because I might catch another one if I come down again. And so consequently, I have seen this past year, one boat go up and down 9 times. This does cause conflict because other boats are coming down the river and they're first forced to go over to the opposite bank and go down. So don't tell me there's no conflict. There is. Secondly, the boat motors are a boon to guides because they get to fish and control the boat at the same time. This is really nice because then they can hook up a fish because they're very professional fishermen, hand the pole off to their customer, and he gets to land the fish. Who caught the fish? Who caught him? The other thing I've noticed is that because it is competitive, the boats with motors, not only do they outrun the motorless boats coming downstream, but they go down and put in at a lower launch and go upstream and fish the lower third of that drift before the boats can even come down from the upper launch. Unfair.
So your time is over, so if you can wrap it up quickly.
I will do one more. In closing, I have one question of you. Why were no hatchery steelhead smolts required to be introduced into the Siletz River until after boat motors were used on the upper river? This is a cost to the state that they don't need to have. If you don't screw with the fish, they would reproduce and you won't have to spend money putting babies in there artificially. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three people are Alfred Lane the fourth, Alfred Lane third, and Stan, and I can't read your writing, Stan Van de Wettering.
Thank you.
It's good to be here. Thank you guys for all of your work. I appreciate the time you spent on this important issue to us. My name is Alfred Lane. Most people call me Buddy. I'm a lifelong Siletz resident, a Siletz tribal member. And just listening to folks, I'm astonished. It must be just in the only in your circles running in kind of echo chambers, but I had folks listening to people talk about conflict not being evident on the river. They must just be talking to their own circles. Siletz people, tribal members in our community often haven't fared well. So people aren't apt to report when there's conflict, but when you see people like the last gentleman, Mr. Sullivan, repeatedly 9 times up and down the river, it's disheartening to me, and I would just walk away from a hole rather than argue and try and fight. You see what's happening there. We view that resource in a completely different lens. It's not ours to do what we may with it or bend it to its will. It has a right to exist and be protected and spoken for. I had some folks encouraged me to go look at some of the social media posts around this issue. And I was just appalled to see people questioning whether the tribe belongs here, they were confederated here, brought here, it's not even their area, boycotts for the Siletz tribe and enterprises to be run, just based over engaging in this process. So when our children and our young folks in our community see this, it's not a welcome picture that's being painted here today, that folks are just, everyone gets along and it's all great. That's not at all what's occurring out there. I do believe there's conflict there. I live on the river. I have fished it my entire life. I've never needed the use of a motor. I fished out of a canoe and a drift boat and bank fished, and it just sounds like for convenience and ease, folks believe that they should be able to run roughshod over the resource. And half of the river is still available below Jack Morgan. And I do think this is a reasonable approach. And I hope that you guys take it under full consideration. And I appreciate how, how the stakes are. And it is a big issue and it's a big decision. So thank you again.
Thank you for coming out today.
Good morning. My name is Alfred Lane III. I'm commonly known as Bud Lane. I'm a Siletz tribal member. I've lived on the Siletz River in the same place for the last 50 years. I agree with the previous speakers just previous to me about the hostility that sometimes exists on the river. Part of the problem that I see is our people, the Siletz people, and we have a right to live in our own land and to fish on our own rivers. Part of that hostility comes from our people fish these waters, never using a boat motor, never using anything mechanized. We still do to this day. And the thought that you have to be able to do that to enjoy the bounty of the Siletz River is not true. And if we look at this river as one ecosystem, everybody's always talking about just the fish that they can get out of it. There's all of these other beings and organisms that aren't spoken for. There's the crawdads, there's the freshwater mussels. There used to be huge mussel beds down below my place, and I live right in a city on the Siletz River. And it was all of this diversity was in the river before all the pressure was put on it, because it is such a beautiful place and it is such a bountiful river. But no one speaks up for those things or for those animals. And there's an inherent hostility even about our existence. We believe that all these things were put here for us to use, but they're also there for us to take care of. And we need to care for that river. I think that the motorized use causes inherent conflicts. Our people, as I said, have fished non-mechanized ways very successfully for thousands and thousands of years. And I hope that the board will see fit to see that the motorized use on the Siletz River is a detriment to the river and to the ecosystem as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Stan? And after him, we'll have Mike Kelly, Bill McKay, and Logan Ellis.
Hi, thank you, board. Thank you, staff, for having us here today. We'll reiterate what many speakers have already. Appreciate all the hard work and the time that's gone into this today. For the record, my name is Stan Vandy Wettering, and I'm representing the tribe today. I'm going to speak from some written comments here, so I can try to sneak it in 2 minutes. I've been taking part in multiple Southern Oregon coast, Western Oregon coast range science-based fisheries research projects off and on for over 40 years now. Fisheries science and environmental regulatory activities in support of fisheries management is not unlike many aspects of environmental regulation in our nation's history. As you have heard me state in past presentations, I hold the opinion that the burden of proof should be on the entity harming or causing undue degradation to a particular natural resource or part of the environment, rather for which all the citizens have the right to benefit. This is not the process we have in the U.S., and it's unfortunate. I understand the Marine Board's avoidance to evaluate environmental concerns, but the reality is the proposed rule has a significant environmental aspect to it. You all have engaged with ODFW on these matters, and I believe what I'm about, or what will follow here are some of the are included in some of the topics that ODFW consulted with you on. So briefly, we've demonstrated and discussed in the past the effects of egg mortality via motors, as one of the earlier speakers mentioned, both from a vessel passing over a nest of eggs, and from the propulsion from the propeller of a motor. Next, mortalities of eggs and from fine sediments during the critical critical incubation period has been well demonstrated in the literature. So we're talking specifically about a short window of time in the fall when those eggs are more sensitive. Lastly, negative effects from wakes have been well demonstrated in the literature. And finally, spawning ground overlap has been well demonstrated as to where the fish are spawning in this critical reach that we're discussing, and where vessels need to pass. The rest of my.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you for your time. My name is Mike Kelly. I've been fishing the Siletz River for 27 years, guiding it for 15. Just to, in lieu of the time, I'd just like to point out the Oregon State Marine Board is $5.7 million in deficit for the current biennium. The current plan is to increase fees by motor users to make up for that deficit. Under my understanding, for the 2027-2029 biennium, 80% of the budget will be brought in by motor user fees, but motors are already restricted to 82% of Oregon's inland waterways. So motor users were forced into 18% of the waterways, but expected to foot the majority of the bill. Seems not quite fair to me. Another thing worth pointing out is every boat ramp from Moonshine Park to Morgan Park, which is the section of river being considered for closure, either gets Oregon State Marine Board funds or was built with Oregon State Marine Board funds. I think that's another thing that's important to note. I would also like to point out that due to the massive landslide that just occurred just below Morgan Park, if this closure goes into effect, we will essentially close all the non-tidal water to drift boat motor users because it's about an hour and a half shuttle now to get around because you can't drive from Morgan down to Strome Park. You'd have to go up and around the town of Siletz, down to Lincoln City and back up. So that would be a massive loss for us just in this. We don't know. It could be another year or two just in that sense. I guess in closing, I'd also like to point out, and I know not to make light of what the other tribal members have said and their feelings and desires, but fish all up and down the Oregon coast from Tillamook all the way down to the southern Oregon border. And the Siletz by far has the least amount of conflict on water conflict. I understand that some of the homeowners are not happy with it and other stuff like that, but I think most of the loss of habitat and the freshwater mussels, the eels, and stuff like that has been from all the water being pulled out of the rivers from the mill in Toledo that pulls out millions, literally millions of gallons. The city of Siletz, the city of Newport, city of Seal Rock, and city of Toledo. So while all this is being discussed as potential impact on the river, I think there's a far greater issue at hand as far as the health, as far as the fish are concerned, the reason for the algae blooms, the lack of the freshwater mussels, and a lot of other things that are suffering. So I don't think the motors are the cause for that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. I apologize for reading this, but I'm trying to keep it short, and that's the best way for me to try to do that. My name is Bill McHugh, and I was born and raised in Albany, where I still live today. My love affair with the Siletz River began in 1975, the first time I drifted the river. I've been hooked totally since that time. In the mid-1980s, I was appointed to sit where you folks are as a state Marine Board commissioner, and I was a commissioner when we made these rules in 1987, taking effect in 1988. I will absolutely tell you that there was tons of conflict prior to then. There were jet boats going up the river, which were people that didn't know how to use them, and with the propulsion, and it was a zoo. We made these rules after hours and hours of work and going to the rivers, spending time on the rivers, and history has proven we did a pretty good job. If you look, it's been like 38 years, and to my best of my knowledge, none of the boundaries we've done have been changed. And I could have missed something, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on this. And on the Siletz River, every 10 or 15 years, it comes up where people decide gas motors are bad, and we start having this discussion. This is the fourth time. I've testified at every one, and every time they've come back to the system is working and it's working well. During this period of time, almost 50 years, I've been on the river an average of 7 to 10 days a year. The conflicts are way less today than they were before. And the conflicts are less today than you see on any other river. There are people here that I feel the people that live there, they have their concerns, and I greatly appreciate it. But that's every river in Oregon has that with the boaters that are coming by. You can go to any where motors aren't allowed. There's still owner and user conflicts. It's the nature of the beast. There's conflicts on our highways. There's conflicts in our parks. There's conflicts on our rivers. We're not going to eliminate conflicts. No matter what you do today, conflicts will exist. Do not use that as a criteria to make a change for something that has worked 38 years. Our waterways are owned by the people of Oregon. It's in our state constitution that every one of us in this room have the same rights to that river. And the mission statement of the Marine Board is to enhance opportunity, safety, a couple other things, but I can't think of right now, but, and diversity of use. I think we need to uphold that mission and what has worked for 38 years, and let's just leave it alone because the river, it's working. It's worked really well, and I'm available for questions if anybody needs any historical stuff.
Thank
The
you.
last one left.
Thank you. So our last three people signed up are Logan Ellis, David Johnson, and Riley Olson. Thank you.
My name is Logan Ellis. I'm a guide on the sleds. I was also part of the RAC. To start with, at the January meeting, Member Wild asked for usage data on how many boats use the river daily and what type of boats. And so this winter, I compiled a little last half of my season stats of how many boats, whether they had gas motors, electric motors, or non-motors. And at the end of the season, add it all up, it came out to 81% of users with motors, with most of those being gas motors. I spent over 50 days on the river this year, and the conflict on this river is way less than any of the other rivers I fish. And also the least amount of congestion. You go to Nestucca or the Wilson, there'll be 40, 50 boats on the entire river. On the sleds, most I ever see is 10 to 15 boats. It's nothing compared to those other rivers. As far as the conflict for motors versus anchoring, if you think about it, you anchor in a hole and you cast 50 times. What's the difference between that and motoring up 5 times and making 5 casts? It's way less impact. My next topic is river size and flows. We're set on these, the chart there I gave you, 5 different rivers, starting with the sleds, 29 miles long. Average flow during our main fishing time is 2,500 CFS. Wilson River, 9 miles, average flow, 2,000 CFS. Nestucca, 15 miles, average flow, 1,800 CFS. North St. Em, 22 miles, average flow, 2,600 CFS. And last, Clackamas, 18 miles, 2,750 CFS. Out of that, Sleds is the longest out of all of those. And the ones that compare closely are North St. Em and Clackamas, where jet boats, all motors are allowed. Last topic would be the safety issue without motors. I had a rope break out of a jawless slide pulling the boat up this year. I was down at the bottom, boat came flying down, went into the river, started flowing down river. Luckily, I was still on my boat down there, and the guy came running down, hopped in my boat, fired up my motor, ran downstream to tow his boat back up. If I didn't have that, the boat would have been gone. And I also had a non-motorized boater crash in the back of my boat this winter, and it snapped off my motor. Because it hit my motor, it saved the impact to my boat and my people. That is all I got.
Thank you very much for coming out today. David Johnson?
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is David Johnson. I'm a local guide here in Tillamook, and I regularly travel down the 2-hour drive down to the sleds, and I use my 9.9 motor on my drift boat. One of the reasons I go there is to get away from the crowds that are here in Tillamook County, where you can use electric motors but no gas motors, but most people anchor, and that just I go down to the sleds because there are a lot less people and people are spread out because of the motors. Anyway, I also go down there so I can use my motor because it saves on my back and my shoulders. The word equity is thrown around quite a bit in some of the past testimonies, but equity for those who can't afford a motor, don't have a motor, that kind of a thing. But what about the equity for the people that are physically, that need the motor to use? If it's an issue of conflict, why does it always have to be regulation? Why can't we educate? Why does everybody have to, eliminate instead of educate? As far as the the decline in the fish. The rivers up here that don't have gas motors have the same decline as the Siletz. I don't see the motors hurting the fish, the animals, or anything like that, because there's actually more fish up there down on the Siletz than there is on these motorless rivers up here. I don't think the ODFW has shown that there's a cause of decline of the motors. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your time. My name is Riley Olson. The Siletz River is an important place for me and many others. I've been fishing the Siletz River for well over 3 decades. I started guiding on this river with my drift boat over 7 years ago, as well as fishing the Siletz Gorge. I believe the Oregon State Marine Board should not move forward with motor ban. This river is a resource for all of us, and not only for enjoyment and recreation, but for food and many for us financial stability. The rules that are currently set in place should remain. Personally, do not have any knowledge of anyone having issues with drift boats with or without motors. I want to sustain what is already in place for Siletz River. The city of Newport Toledo Siletz BP paper mill take millions of gallons of water out per day. The city of Siletz wastewater plant is located right next to the Siletz River. In heavy rainfall years, they dump into the Siletz River. The last reported year was 2023. This can negatively affect our salmon and steelhead runs. They are now considering logging more of our upper basin, and most of us know it as the Valley of the Giants. This will greatly alter our future salmon and steelhead runs. Right now, coastal rivers like the Umpqua, Sayusla, Alsea, Siletz, and more all allow gas motors. It is more reasonable to continue to allow motors on the Siletz River. I fully protest these opportunities of getting taken away from us. Every year, the Siletz River has one of the most productive salmon and steelhead runs in the state. Banning motors will largely alter who can and who will fish the Siletz River. A few questions I have for the Marine Board. Have any of you fished the Siletz or any other coastal rivers? What arguments do you have that motors are ruining the Siletz River? I will argue that homes along the river throwing yard debris in the river impacts the river experience more than motors we use.
Thank you. Jennifer, has Tim shown up in our line? No. So that concludes the list of folks that have signed up to testify. So we're going to move on with our agenda. I want to thank everybody who either appeared via Microsoft Teams or actually drove a long drive up here today for coming out. We really appreciate hearing from you. And we're going to move on to our agenda item with the director's agency report.
Chair Jackson, members of the board, Ed Warren, your director, Great State Marine Board. Just have a couple updates that I wanted to give that were in the book, or to highlight a few things in the book. First, I'm going to give an update on the court case, which we would normally do in executive session. But what I'm going to share is all public record. It's in the public, so I won't be discussing anything that needs to happen in an executive session. Out of the numerous code rules that the board contemplated 4 or 5 years ago, out of some legislation, we had a lawsuit that essentially tried to assert that the Marine Board didn't have a right to make rules on an area that impacted voting, couldn't limit voting in areas that had taken sport restoration money. That's a very high level look at the lawsuit. The state prevailed in the lower court, and as we anticipated, the plaintiffs, the voters' rights, appealed that decision. Oral arguments on that appeal were heard in the 9th Circuit back in March. And state did a good job arguing this case. We were represented by Department of Justice, DOJ. So our attorneys handle that. And I looked just the other day to see how long the court's taking to render decisions, and it says anywhere from 4 months to a year. So I've always heard on appeals, if you ask, it just takes longer. So I would be surprised if we hear anything in the next few months, but probably about 6 months is when I'd expect to hear whether the appeal court upholds the decision of the lower court. So there's been some media on that. There's been, a little bit of social media activity on that, but this case has been going on now for 4 or 5 years. And so as with all court cases, they move very slowly. Want to point out in the board book, you may notice that the registration team's just done an amazing job this time around. They always do an amazing job, but through process improvement and just a team that just doesn't quit working, this renewal season was just the smoothest ever. They just stayed caught up, which helps the whole rest of the agency. It helps the accounting team likes it when the registration team's caught up. Law enforcement appreciates it because it makes it easier for them to enforce voting registration. And it just makes the whole rest of the agency run smoother. It's where some of our customer complaints come from. So our registration team just continues to do an amazing job, and they just had a really great registration season. We'll get another bump. We had some sunny days. I saw some folks lining up in the lobby the last few weeks. We'll get another push around Memorial Day when everybody remembers they should register their vote before going out to use it. But they're just really keeping up, doing a great job. And then wanted to highlight on the board book itself, where there was some federal law changes around accessibility for websites and how different things work. So there's a total different look and feel of our board book, both online and some of what you have in your printed material. That was to me some accessibility guidelines. And to be candid, it's really tricky with charts, graphs, pictures, PDFs to get it to all meet the new accessibility requirements. Originally, those requirements were going to go into place last week, but the federal government gave all governments that serve over 50,000 people an extra year to meet those requirements. Marine Board is going to just keep pressing on. We were close, ton of work going into it. So we're just going to keep acting like that due date's here sooner than later. And so you'll see changes on our website. You'll see changes in the board book. And in terms of some of our formatting, and I know some people said, boy, that, the accessibility stuff didn't make it easier for me to look at it. And I guess I would just remind everyone, the intent is it's easier for everybody to be able to read it no matter how they approach the internet. And so we'll keep working on that. And that extra year was a real gift for all of us. And then finally, I just can't let it pass because, yesterday was Administrative Professionals Day and Jennifer's a professional. Without her, our agency doesn't run. I know the board feels that, but you just can't really realize that how much she does for the agency as a whole. And yeah, the evidence is starting last week, everybody in the whole agency kept reminding me yesterday was Admin Professionals Day, so I'd remind to say something nice to Jennifer. So, which I don't like to do real often. It goes to her head, but Jennifer does a great job, and we're lucky to have her. And with that, I'll take any questions on the director.
Any questions for Director Warren?
I have a few items just to
Sure.
dig into a little bit. First of all, I'll just second Jennifer's work on it. I know that this board book has so much information in it, and to do that 4 times a year, for me to do that 1 time a year would be difficult, but to do it for all the meetings is commendable. And it gives us the information that we need to know what's going on, but it also gives the public information. So very, very well done on that. And I know to the accessibility comments that Director Warren mentioned, those are not easy to implement, and it's a very heavy lift. So to everybody involved in that effort, whether it's through I think I read another PIO team has been working on that, and everybody involved, just kudos to meeting those requirements. So as you mentioned, everybody can review that information. One of the things that stuck out to me was the BSA program, the fit to float effort. I thought, it kind of sounded like that was generated from Sawyer paddles and oars down in my neck of the woods. So I just was super excited about that. And reading that, it sounds like there's 9 events that are going to happen around the state to kind of promote that. How are we marketing those events so that the public knows? Any idea on that?
If you want any more specifics, I'm sure Brian can come and give, but I'm sure we're going to go through our social news releases, outreach, and just make sure the community connects in and understands where those are at. Brian, give us just a minute on it. People are a really creative team, and when they came up with that concept, the pitch float is one of those like, oh boy, it just goes, right? And so we're real excited about it too. It's neat to see the BSA program getting this.
I agree with Steve's comment that it's just like, wow, this is perfect. This is amazing. But just again, big overall kudos to what the BSA program is, what they started from, what they've dreamed up, what they're doing. It's like, it feels like it's just exploding, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, Chair Jackson, Vice Chair Lambert, for a while. For the record, I'm Brian Paulson, budding safety manager, budding law administrator for Oregon State Marine Board. The Fit to Float campaign program was really a collaboration between the Marine Board, Sawyer Paddles and Oars, ACA, and the Coast Guard Auxiliary. So the Friday of National Safe Boating Week, We have the events across the state that are going to be put on for life jacket fitting and distribution of life jackets. We do have a press release that'll be distributed in about 2 weeks to promote that event. And then also we did reach out to the governor's office for a proclamation for that specific week, which we've done in the past as well. So it'll be promoted not only through our agency, but also through those agency partners that are putting on events.
Yeah, big kudos for that, Brian and the team. I'm really excited. I mean, just reading through some of the 2025 statistics of deaths were, 13 of the 15 deaths in 2025, I think I read, could have been prevented if the individual was wearing a life jacket. So everything that we can continue to do to promote that message, and this is great work on your guys' front. Literally save lives in the long run. Good job on that. The liveries in there, just out of curiosity, if you guys have any information on it, if not, I can get it later, but just the increase in both, rental companies and liveries. I think in the report it said from 22 to 24, there were 72, and 25 to 26, there's 102. That's a noticeable increase. What's driving that? Any idea?
So boat liveries, which are for those that aren't familiar, boat rental businesses, we started registering boat liveries after 2019 legislation. It's a requirement in statute. There's no cost to register them. One of the things we've done is we've been putting out an annual newsletter, and so it's taken a couple of years to just build communication channels with the boat rental businesses. Additionally, there's a lot of business that are renting paddlecraft, and so paddlecraft are fairly economical for somebody to start a rental business, and also with paddlecraft it's fairly mobile, whether you got an enclosed trailer or you're working on a state park site. And so we continue to see an increase in liveries that are paddlecraft centric, but also we've just created this communication channel where folks were operating but not registered, and that's also what we're seeing that increase.
I kind of had a hunch that was the case, so thanks for
One other thing I know that I've heard in my world is some of the organized sports clubs, like running clubs and kayaking clubs, have realized that instead of buying 20 waterway access permits for their team equipment, if they register as a livery, they can get a huge discount on those. So I know several rowing clubs that have done that in the past couple of years.
Yeah. Question for maybe Janine or whoever. Sounds like the facilities team has been, I'm assuming the facilities team has been continuing to consult with the Bureau of Reclamation down in Tillamook, attending some of those meetings, and it's been brought up in the past couple meetings about those unregulated flows for flushing purposes. I'm just curious if you've made any headway with reclamation on noticing that.
Yeah, the Bureau of Rec has standing meeting. They're called real-time operation meetings. We are part of that team. And so in February, they had a flushing event. They were essentially going to significantly increase the cubic foot per second rate on the river within 24 hours. And it was going to change the elevation on the river. I don't have it in front of me, but it was going to be, I want to say about 6 to 7 feet. It was going to dump it really quickly in a very short amount of time. And they worked with us on some messaging. We also contacted American Whitewater and worked with them on a press release to help get the word out. I reached out to specific whitewater organizations and asked them to share it. I also contacted guides and said, please help amplify this, because we didn't want anyone to get stuck out on the river and, be camping, have their boat tied up, and then find out it is now gone. Having that kind of an event is some serious safety concerns. So the BOR has been working with us on it. This year it is a drought condition, so they didn't have the big event like they did last year, but they are committed to maintaining those meetings. It's typically a couple times a month, but when things are happening very quickly, especially in spring or around a storm event, we may have 2 or 3 calls within a week. There's a large population of folks who are participating. So yeah, communication has significantly increased, and we're hoping the Bureau of Land Management, American Whitewater, or Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Bureau of Reclamation will work with us on some signage and language as well.
So I just give kudos to Janine and whoever else is involved in that effort, because those are the things that I think this agency does really well, especially on the facilities and the thing that there's not if you weren't there advocating for increased communication to voters, out there, I don't think anybody would be advocating for that. The feds, it just kind of goes by them. So the fact that you're advocating for it and getting that messaging out, is a 6 to 7 foot rise in a river overnight. I think people want to know about that. So thank you for doing that. And then the only other thing I had was, Larry mentioned the registration team, just note that they're 100% caught up on processing time, and they're continuing to seek efficiencies through, scanning now. But since they're so caught up, being able to scan documents in-house rather than the added cost to get that contracted out. Really good job on that effort and making a lot of headway, because a year and a half ago, we were hearing how far behind they were. That's paid off. Kudos.
All right, thank you, Director Warren. We're gonna move on to, facility grant item to me.
Chair Jackson, just for your, about an hour in terms of how you want.
Because we have several different breaks in how we're approaching this, I was gonna take a break. And also depending on that one other issue, we're dealing with it about 10:30 to maybe take a break then.
Yeah. Totally. Sure.
So in consideration of that, yes, for the record, my name is Janine Bullock. I'm the Boating Facilities Program Manager. And considering that we have grant applicants online for the individual consideration and for the 2 cost increases, if it would be okay with the board, can we go ahead and move to that portion of the grant consideration and then do the... Okay. So we do have 2 cost increases. One is for grant 1743. That's with Cooper Creek Reservoir. Mark Wall, are you on?
Have a page number on that cost increase?
It is page 37. All right. So the board visited Cooper Creek Reservoir this year. You got to see the conditions. In working with the county and re-looking at the parking area, we determined it made more sense to actually do the long-term parking rebuild than just covering it up with a surface treatment. When we go to do the boat ramp, doing the surface treatment, it wouldn't align, and so a lot of that work would be ripped out. We decided it made more sense to invest now. Let's get it done, and that way it aligns very nicely with that future boat ramp replacement. So the county, Mark, went to the commission. The commission was very supportive in recognizing they found some additional funding, and they are asking for an increase of our grant. So staff is recommending an increase to grant 1743 in the amount of $400,000 to match an additional $200,000 from Douglas County. Is there any questions?
Good question. So was this, I noticed that some of it was also the pavement, you didn't want to just overlay on top of the
Yes.
existing pavement because it would crumble in a few years. So do some base work there. Was that noticed beforehand in the original application? I mean, was there any thought, there's not enough money to cover that? Because it seems like that's something that typically would have been caught in their initial application.
Yeah. So we actually thought we had a little more time to replace the boat ramp. And this would give us that span time. It looks like things may move a little bit quicker, and the pavement has continued to deteriorate. The drainage has really become a problem. And after looking at it, meeting accessibility requirements would be extremely difficult. We just decided, let's get it done. It puts the county in a really good position to replace the boat ramp when the water is down, which will hopefully be cheaper. And we can address all of the accessibility aspects of the route to the restroom, the route for the parking, and to the top of the existing ramp, and have a good transition.
I had a similar question to Steve's, but I also have experience in pavement situations where once the drainage starts to mess things up, it kind of becomes an exponential
Yes.
degradation of things. Yeah, my other experience having been involved in public works projects and primarily on airports and airport pavement stuff, doing what you can to get it built right gives you a much longer and lower maintenance cost in the long run. So, to me, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is the site where ODF&W stocks from, so they're bringing in their heavy trucks. And also the water control district will also have equipment for work and repair on the dam, just in process before the big repair. So this will have a thicker level onto it to protect from those heavier pieces of equipment that routinely are going through that area.
The only other comment I would have is working with a bunch of granting entities, both federal and state ones. Again, this is something I always appreciate about Janine's approach to these types of projects is the flexibility. Because there are many granting entities out there that would say, nope, you are worth this money, go do it, whether it's the right thing to do or not to do. So stepping back and reassessing it and saying, let's do it right. I think people appreciate that flexibility, and ultimately voters appreciate that because they get a better product out of it.
Questions? Dax, do you have any questions for Janine?
I do not.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this?
I would make a motion for the board to approve the cost increase to facility grant 1743 as outlined in the board book.
I second that. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the increase in the grant 1743. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right. Thank you. And the next item, Janine.
Right, the next grant is 1757. It's a cost increase at Coyote Creek, and Holly Hutchko is online. We do not do sheet pile wall very often. And so having a sense of the cost on that and some additional stormwater treatment requirements have increased the cost on this project. Staff is recommending an increase of $140,000 of the waterway access grant. ODF&W has secured a staff support of a $151,000 grant from Oregon State Parks through the Recreational Trails Program. I believe that will be up on their commission in the next 2 weeks. And yeah, Holly, do you want to add anything?
Good morning. For the record, Holly Hutchko from ODFW. Good morning, Chair, Director Warren, and board members. Yeah, basically here we planned for the project, got a bunch of multi-agency, state, federal grants, and basically the cost increase is just more here. So we're asking for an increase from you. We also have, like Janine said, $151,000 from Parks Department. It's secured, but it needs their board official approval before it's final. And then we're also waiting for another Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund that will be determined in August. So we are trying to kind of crowdsource the increase in cost across many different fund types. And I have additionally secured some federal extra money from Sportfish Restoration. So we're trying to keep this on track so that we can get it done. We're planning to go to construction this summer. So we're really hoping to get the money to not have to postpone it another year because the costs will go up even more. So thanks for your consideration.
Any questions for Janine or Holly on this? Well, I got one too. So, and you and I probably have the same one.
You go first.
So this is more for Holly, but also maybe for Janine. So you mentioned you've got some grants pending from other organizations, and you sounded like you're pretty confident on the ODF&W one, but what if the other one doesn't come through?
So we have a couple requests into wildlife heritage funding, and I secured kind of a backup plan that if we don't get the other pending OCRF grant in August, we'll be able to scrape the rest of the money from other ODFW sources kind of as a last resort. It's not really intended for this purpose, but they said if the other grant doesn't come through, we can for sure have that to make the project come to fruition. So we will have all money in hand. It's just kind of like ideally we would get it from that OCRF. If we don't, we'll use other ODFW funds. So either way, we'll be able to implement the construction.
Great, thank you.
My question combined with the kudos, Holly, is kudos to you for cracking the nut to get state parks to fund boating facility sites. I think this is the first time I've ever seen that. Really good job on that, and I appreciate that from you, as well as looking for other sources and not just coming to the Marine Board to fund that project. Due diligence there, so thank you for that. And then the second question part of it is for Janine. So we went through the past 5 years with just construction costs blowing up, just, really increasing. Seemed like we started to see things kind of level out. Who knows what's going to happen in the next year or so, but based off of what you guys are seeing and some of the bids coming back from our public partners, are we feeling okay that we have enough money kind of set aside for cost increases to be able to keep these projects moving? Should we need to?
Yeah, so we were starting to see some dips in the cost of things, and fuel, of course, is driving a lot, especially for pavement projects and just equipment operations. Cost of fuel is driving a lot. There are some things that are still low and some things that are rising high. So we looked at this and did our best estimate. Josh Takini, our engineer, has looked at other agencies and even some local governments on their cost, and we feel pretty comfortable with this. This is kind of a unique project, so it really depends on the market and what kind of contractors look at it. But we're feeling pretty good about this one.
Are we feeling like other project managers, are you hearing them starting to come back and wanting additional funds, or are they just limited to these couple projects?
Right now, it's just these couple of projects. Most of our other grants that the board has previously awarded are all under construction and have some cost savings. Our docks had started coming in closer to $40,000. And so we had some savings where we had initially estimated where they were a year ago. We're now seeing them kick back up closer to 48. So I think we're good with what has already been funded.
Any other questions? So do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion for the board to approve the cost increase, the facility grant 1757 as described in the board book.
We have a motion and a second to approve the increase to facility grant 1757 as described in the board book. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 We have 4 ayes. All right.
We're going
Moving
to
on.
move on to the individual consideration. The first one will be grant 1771 on page 89. That's with Washington County Parks. Carl, are you on?
Yeah.
Thank you. So during cycle 1, the board approved a grant to get the permits, the construction documents in place and put them in a really good position for construction. It is that time. The county has come up with some incredible match, $900,000. They were asking for $400,000. I couldn't quite pencil it out, but in discussions with Carl, he thought there was going to be some savings on the first grant. And in the event that costs go up, staff will do an amendment to the scope to allow those funds from the permit and the construction plans to be used for the construction phase, since staff is recommending $375,000. Carl, do you want to add anything?
Oh, thank you, Janine, and thank you, board, for inviting me to be here today. This is an exciting project for us. It's been about 10 years in the works, and sometimes that is kind of painful to have it take that long, but in this case, we were able to really build a really strong coalition of support for this project. We specifically with our local partners at Metro and Atoll and Riverkeepers and others to really build strong support for this. Just yesterday or just earlier this week, I got confirmation that Metro is supporting our use of the local share for this project, so that funding is almost secured. And it is a tremendous asset to the people of Washington, Clackamas, Multnomah County, because as you know, Tualatin River is very user-friendly for novices and experienced kayakers and non-motorized watercraft users alike. This is a pearl and the pearl necklace of the Tualatin River National Water Trail, and it fills an important role in that pearl necklace. We're between some upstream built facilities. We are the natural takeout spot for that, and as sites develop further downriver, this will be an important launch point. So we're very excited. We have a strong coalition, a lot of support for this. We've got our funding almost secured for this. And if this board agrees to fund this project, we imagine that it will be built in 2027 and ready for the public's use.
Thank you. Any questions for Janine or Carl?
Could you just explain a little bit about how the phase 2 grant funding came in under and to be rolled over for future construction?
Yeah, so the board approved grant 1759, which was to finish permitting and the design work. It looks like there may be a few $1,000s savings on that because he was asking for $400,000. We were going to allow him to roll that money, or basically approve the savings there to be used for the construction phase if pricing comes in over budget.
This project, maybe I'm confusing it with another one, but if I remember serves me right, it came before us a couple years ago for current. And it was presented at that time as a whole lump project, and it was recommended to break it up into phases. Is that the same project? Yeah.
Yes.
So Carl, I just thank Washington County for being flexible on that and being willing to break it up and spread it out over a few year period to get this one done, and looking forward to seeing all the effort you guys and Marine Board teams put into getting it actually built. That's gonna be cool.
And I'm looking forward to putting my boat in there.
Great.
All right, so do we have a motion on this? Do we have a motion on this grant? I'll do it. So I move that we approve facility grant 1771 as described in the board book for Washington County.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving facility grant 1771 as described in the book, signify with aye.
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 Motion passes.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you, everybody.
Grant 1773 is with the city of Coos Bay, and Jennifer Wersing, I believe you're online. Wonderful. So the board has had many grants in front of them about Empire. We replaced the docks, the city seasonally removes them. There's a debris deflection boom, and it needs some work. It needs to get replaced to protect the longevity of the docks, the piling, the boat ramp. Staff looked at the design and made some additional modifications after looking at some wind and wake generation. And so we're actually recommending that the boom essentially be a double boom on both sides to create a bigger braking force to help protect that site. In talking to the city, they dug deep to secure the funding that they had for the application. They were a bit surprised we were wanting to increase the value, and they just don't have the additional funds to have a full 25% match. But because this is providing so much protection for the existing boating site and the longevity of it, staff is recommending that the board approve a grant of $595,192.86 to replace those debris booms and expand the wave break aspect of it. Jennifer, do you have anything to add?
Hi, for the record, Jennifer Wersing, City of Coos Bay. No, you covered that great. Just really want to just thank the board for just the continued support and then their consideration on this request.
Or have any questions?
Thank you for taking, I was just looking at my notes on this. Any questions for Jennifer or Janine?
It seems like the material that we've been presented, unfortunately, I've not had the opportunity yet to go to this facility, but it seems like it's a quite necessary piece of infrastructure for the safety and users and viability for the economy there. And also the recreation side of things too. So even though it is a rather large chunk, it seems like it will facilitate user friendliness and ability to protect their own equipment for many years to come. Yes.
Yeah, this seems like another one of those invest to protect
Yes.
sort of projects. I guess, is there any possibility or any perceived threats to the schedule of having it completed by spring of next year? Any concerns about material shortages or things like that?
Not for this. Depending on the board's decision, staff is prepared to send out the final design. And talking to the city, they're prepared to get this thing out to bid and be able to hit the in-water work window.
Okay.
I really appreciate you guys, again, looking for efficiencies as well and realizing that, hey, if you just go ahead and do the piling support in the boarding docks, it's gonna cut down on mobilization. So just trying to save a buck here or there and make it stretch longer is much appreciated.
Any further questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to the board to approve facility grant 1773 as described in the board book.
We have a motion and a second to approve facility grant 1773 as described in the board book. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Jennifer.
All right, and moving on.
Grant 1774 is with the Bureau of Land Management. Katie, are you on?
Hi, all.
So the board, we approved a small grant to do a bunch of educational signage, interpretive stuff on the Deschutes. And that was kind of the first phase of some improvements on the river. Whiskey Dick is a boating campsite. It has composting toilets that just are not functioning. And we all know that when toilets don't function, people leave toilet paper and little Charmin flowers everywhere where you don't want. So sanitation, especially on the Deschutes River, is really important. There will be many other applications coming to the board for other toilet projects, but this one was the most critical right now. So staff is recommending that the board approve a grant of $117,000. I'm sorry, I just got new contacts and they were worried. $117,384 and looks like 61 cents. Katie, do you want to add anything?
I just wanted to thank the board for consideration for this grant. The campground is in serious need of this toilet, and it would be replacing one toilet that is broken with 2 toilets instead, right next to each other. There are 10 campsites that all use this toilet facility, and it would increase the impact of the users, and I think it would be it would make the campground just so much more pleasant, as well as creating ADA facilities for those campsite, which increases the ability for users with disabilities to access the bathroom. So we appreciate your consideration for this.
Do we have any questions?
I have a question for Katie. I'm just curious. I was exposed to composting toilets probably 3 decades ago, and they were pretty horrendous. Has the technology improved now, where the smells are down, and are they?
So, good question. So the composting toilets that are there currently are 20 years old, and they were using, it was an electrical system. All of the electronics have failed on those toilets, and that's why it's so critically needing to be replaced. The new toilets that we are putting in are what they call now urine diverting composters. And the problem with old composters was that the uric acid actually decreases the composting ability of the toilet. It makes them less effective. So having the way these work, it basically diverts the urine, so then the composters work much more efficiently. These toilets that we're proposing to use, they've used them in Glacier National Park and a lot of backcountry areas. They work really efficiently. They use them at Smith Rock, and they put them side by side testing with a regular composter versus these. And the regular composters had to be emptied after 3 years, and these ones, it took 10. So they're much more efficient, much more user friendly, and they don't have any electronics involved with them. So therefore, there's a lot less to break. So so we're very excited about that. And the company that creates these does have one already installed down at Harris Campground on our river on segment 4. And that toilet, I have been to that toilet, and I can say it's not an unpleasant experience. So
Probably not pleasant either, though. Somewhere in between.
somewhere in between.
All right, any other questions for Katie?
I would just like to say that it is incredible how many people are currently going down the river, and in our board book, for those that haven't seen it, it's 50,000 users that are currently going down the river without an accessible or properly functioning toilet, across a variety of different users from flatwater, whitewater paddling, and fishing. And just like to say that it sounds like a great idea. And good luck to those that are removing the old toilets.
Oh, yeah. Do we have any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Make a motion. Board Member Carol Wild, make a motion to approve grant 1774 to approve the grant as listed in the board.
I second. Do we have any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to approve facility grant 1774 as defined in the board book. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, Katie.
Go forth and replace your toilets.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a good day.
Moving on to grant 1775, it's with Lane County Parks for Orchard Point. Steve, great, he's already on. So Orchard Point is located on Fern Ridge Reservoir. It's an extremely popular reservoir. The docks there are old. When we see boards that are aligned like that, we know that's like a 1980s generation of a dock. They're very old. The county's done an amazing job keeping these together, but it's time to get them replaced. So staff is recommending funding of $150,000. The county is providing an amazing match of $182,985. Steve, do you want to add anything?
I think that covers it. It's long overdue. Just last year, I was standing out there with my head of maintenance, and he said we needed to replace this 10 years ago. So I'm glad that we have this opportunity now. And Janine, I just appreciate your assistance and also Joshua's guidance and help with this so far. So thanks for the opportunity.
You're very welcome.
Do we have any questions for Steve or Janine on this project?
Looks like about 100 feet of docks. Is that correct? Just
Yeah.
counting
Yep.
the segments. Are we going with the new aluminum
Mhm.
design and everything?
Yes.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll get there when I get to the bottom of that. I'll make a motion to approve facility grant 1775 as described in the board book.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second to approve facility grant 1775 as defined in the board book. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is that Steve?
Yes, yeah, but no.
I want my grant. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Moving on to grant 1776. Brendan, are you on? Wonderful. So this was to essentially do replacement of a bunch of educational signage, messaging on the John Day River. Because the waterway access grants, there just is not enough funding. That program is so oversubscribed. And for those who aren't aware, waterway access grants are funded through the purchase of waterway access permits by non-motorized boaters. Or that program is oversubscribed at least 3-to-1. So in talking to Brendan, because it is important to have some messaging about safety, maps, current rules, regs, all of that on there, we broke this apart. And so we are going to use motorized funds on the portions of the sites that are motorized. And then they will be reapplying possibly under a small grant program in the future, or possibly through the competitive process for the non-motorized sites. It would have been nice to fund them all, but because of funding limitations, we're just not capable of doing that. So staff is recommending the motorized sites be funded, as well as BLM did secure funding from Foundation for America's Public Lands. That is a BLM specific foundation that helps with projects. So we were very fortunate that they were able to leverage some funding from them. Staff is recommending grant 1776 in the amount of $36,010. Brendan, do you want to add anything? You're muted. Still can't hear you.
Not sure if you guys can hear me. How about now?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I think that sums it up really well. We've just got some very dilapidated signs on the John Day River that we're trying to improve for boater safety and better user experience on the river. So some of them are plywood and very dilapidated. So we just want to say thank you for this grant opportunity from the Marine Board.
Are there any questions for Brendan or Janine?
So these signs are, Brendan, they're designed at, just a map of the river with certain areas that have hazards and places to avoid, and kind of rules of the river, it sounds like, from a safety perspective.
Correct. They'll have updated river maps that'll include locations for camping and rapids. They'll have fire regulations, which is a big one on our river, and then updated regulatory information. A lot of basically telling them that they need to bring toilet systems and fire prevention measures like fire pans. So that helps protect our river from both safety and then human waste and fire prevention. And then they'll also have kind of required items, life jackets, etc. So basically it's context information with maps and particular information about the John Day River, like wind and hazards that are particular to our river, and then regulatory information regarding fire, safety pans, toilet systems, etc.
And then I saw that these have like estimated useful life of 10 years. What are you guys making those out of? I'm sure the feds probably have a standard material.
Actually, we're looking at, it looks like steel is what we're going to make the infrastructure out of, so that they'll hopefully never have to be replaced again. And then the signs themselves are relatively affordable if they were to get vandalized or something, but the infrastructure should be put in place once, since our staffing is pretty hard to go out and fix these all the time. So we're trying to really renovate the river for good, basically. But we'll be working with our sign shop and basically following the lower to shoot signs. It'll be a very similar template, so they're standardized across our district.
Thank you.
So I was thinking, this 10-year lifespan doesn't sound really good.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Janine or Brendan? Go ahead.
Just one question, Janine, with the splitting of the grant funds for this particular project, since it is applying to motorized funds and use, then will there be a later implementation in the non-motorized access sites, or?
Yeah, it would require Brendan to apply for a new grant And that would, you know, as in the board book, essentially we are out of waterway access grant funding. It's just oversubscribed. So there's not any of that funding. So for him to apply for those, he would be applying for funding in the next biennium. And depending on the value of that, it may hit the threshold to bring to the board, or it may be small enough to fit within our small grant program.
And then within that, the information that will be included on the site, which will still benefit all users that are participating.
Yes, yes.
So my question is, are we missing out on any kind of economies of scale by not doing the whole project?
Brendan?
Say that one more time.
We're missing out on any kind of economies of scale by not doing the whole project. Would there be a financial benefit to be able to do the whole project at once versus splitting it into motorized and non-motorized?
Actually, for our program, it helps to do it over multiple years. We have pretty short staff, so by kind of shrinking this project, it helps us more adequately accomplish it this winter. So for us, it actually helps us just to kind of do this over what we were thinking is 2 or maybe 3 phases. So this should be about half of our main boat ramp signs. So we would try to apply for less than 40K in the next grant cycle. And then if there were any leftovers or any new BLM properties required, then that would be like a third small grant. So we're pretty adaptable to do it either all at once or to kind of do this over a process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Questions?
Just one last question for Janine. What was it like, 3 or 4 years ago, time flies, that we started allowing feds to apply? Were they not eligible from my memory?
It's been a little bit longer than that. I want to say it's probably 10 years or so. So prior to that, federal government was not eligible to apply directly. We had to have a county as a sponsor, and essentially have a county be the receiver and the pass-through for the funding. But that was changed, which has made it a lot easier, as well as more federal entities are willing to do that, because that's a lot of risk for a county to take that on and that additional workload.
Yeah, so I'm just glad to see Forest Service, BLM in the mix with these, and they're actually taking advantage of that opportunity and applying and improving boating access sites. That's good to see.
So no further questions? Do we have a motion?
I will. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve grant 1776 as written in the board book for approval.
I'll say it.
We have a motion and a second to approve facility grant 1776 as identified in the board book. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
Do we have time for 2 more?
Let's just go do those 2 more.
Okay, so moving on to grant 1778, that's with the city of Gold Hill, and I believe Lily Morgan is with us. So this staff recommendation had tons of photos to show the board the existing conditions and to have you understand this is the first step of a very long process. This site, the boat ramp is cracked. It's a matter of time before it fails, parking, sanitation, the whole works. But before anything can be done, archaeological survey needs to be done to help inform decisions on design and location at that site. And Southern Oregon University will be performing that. And if the board approves this, so staff is recommending grant 1778 in the amount of $15,580 of boating facility grant funds. And yes, and $5,770 of waterway access funds, because this is a mixed use area. Lily, do you have anything you want to add?
And thank you, Janine. For the record, I'm Lily Morgan, City Manager for the City of Gold Hill. I have been the city manager a little over 2 years, of which I have been grateful for Janine's advice along the way of where to get here. The timing of this grant application is appropriate as we were also just awarded an Oregon Parks Recreation Department grant to update our master plan for the greater park that this is in. But we cannot make that plan if we do not know the areas to preserve and to keep the cultural. So the timing of the archaeological study is very appropriate for us to get the master plan complete. In addition, Gold Hill is the second largest village site of the Tillamook tribe, which is now part of the Confederated Tribes of Siletz and Grand Ronde. And recently our sewer division found a bone, and as they were excavating to do some updates of the sewer area. And so it is so essential for us to preserve the cultural history there and to work with the tribes. And it is absolutely a place that the tribes have interest in. I've been studying our history there, and it looks like the Tillamook first encountered the white people around the 1820s here in Gold Hill. And the history of that, and us having to be respectful of the tribal history and also being able to provide services in the community. Our boat ramp is used very heavily with outfitters and guides and just locals there in the community. We want to make the facilities better, but it is a long-term game of being intentional of the planning and preserving what's there and working with the groups to make sure we do it right. So we appreciate the recommendation to move forward, and we want to make sure that we are finding the perfect balance of history, acknowledgement, and moving forward in service.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Janine or Lily?
In our neck of the woods, Dax and my neck of the woods, this site is on the road, is very heavily used below Nugget Falls there. So glad to see the city partnered with the Marine Board to look at some sites there. Also, just a really good partnership with Southern Oregon University and their lab that they have there to help do this work. So glad to see them getting to be part of it as well.
I was also excited to see the partnership with the university. Just curious, not necessarily related to this project at this point, but like, I don't know, 8 or 10 years ago, there was a whole group of folks that were kind of fantasizing about making Gold Hill like a world-class whitewater park. Is that still like on the table, at least in concept?
So that site would have been a little further upriver at our Tillamook Falls, which is culturally one of the most historic places for the Tillamook peoples. And right now, I don't believe that will go forward. The state has, in order for that project to go forward, a huge boulder in the middle of the river would have to be removed. And you need both our federal partners and our state partners to agree to that, all of which want the tribes to agree to it. And really the boulder's been there longer, so why move it? And so there's question of if it's necessary. The other facilities that would have been required for this to be a whitewater park would be all these other amenities and clearing all the landscaping, building kind of fake side walls and all this other stuff that, while is exciting, we have no other amenities in town. There's no motel. There's no lodging. It would be a very grand thing of a partnership of all of Southern Oregon. And right now we're trying to hold dear just our normal basic stuff. In a town of 545 homes, we can't really take on those huge ventures while we're trying to maintain what we have. So it is an amazing dream of some folks that do kayaking in the area. We missed the time frame to be a part of the 2028 Olympics, and I don't know that there's another goal in mind for that. So right now that has not become a focus or a priority, as the state and federal agencies have indicated, unless the tribes say, yes, move that boulder out of that historic location, it's not going anywhere.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion for the board to approve study grant 1778 as described in the board book.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve grant 1778 as described in the board book. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
And we have
One more. So grant 1782 is with Wallowa County. Is Ryan Moody still on?
I think he's on the phone, and it would be *6 to unmute yourself.
Ryan, if you heard, it's *6 to unmute.
maybe
Oh, there. He's unmuted now.
Ryan, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes. So Wallowa Lake, the county owns one of the 2 access sites on this lake. It is heavily used, as you saw through aerial photos. The docks need to be replaced. They also have ski docks, which are really popular out there. And the county also wants to do parking. The parking is going to take a lot more work to figure that out. There's a lot of issues and some things that just need to be worked out. But replacing docks and utilizing existing pilings and replacing the ski docks is something that can be done and will make a significant improvement at that very popular site. Staff is recommending $450,000 to help purchase the docks. The county has administrative match of time, labor. Every year they remove and reinstall the docks, so they will be doing that again, and they will also be disposing of the existing docks as part of their match on this project. Ryan, do you want to add anything?
No, just that the docks are taken out obviously every year, and that does not help the process any of making them last longer. And they are used quite a bit because there is no actual docks on the lake that are public access. So those are the only public access docks on the lake at this time. And with the amount of recreators that we're getting up here, we just use those a lot. And the public is always asking for more, basically. But yes, we need to upgrade the entire facility in the long run, but for now, just the docks.
Thank you. Any questions?
My question's for Ryan. My understanding is with the state charging a little bit more for launching at state parks, facility there on Wallowa Lake, you guys are seeing an increase of use. So I'm assuming that has a little bit of an effect on the docks as well.
Yes, it does. And yes, with the state starting to charge money with the parking issue down at the end of the lake, we don't have much in the way of parking, and most of the time people are parked on the highway during the weekend anyway, outside of our parking, just because we just do not have the amount of parking. And with the state now requiring the fee to get into the park to launch a boat, I know that the parking is going to be even worse on the highway at our end.
For that reason, it'll be nice to have nice docks there for the boaters to use. Probably anticipate increased use.
Yeah.
Will the grant application later on be applying outside of Oregon State Marine Board for the swimming docks and the other things that are not eligible within OSMB, but also the park would like to include?
Yeah, so swimming docks aren't an eligible grant item, but it is eligible for state parks grants. And we've had some discussions about, do we try to add a non-motorized dock? Do we try to create a hybrid of like a fishing dock, non-motorized dock to help separate some use at the boat ramp? And I think those are all going to be conversations that progress. But this is just kind of that first piece. And staff is working with the county on design and looking at the parking. There's just some challenge. There's private homes on their side of the highway that are currently drawing water out of the lake. And that was in an area we thought possibly could be expanded into. So we're having to relook at ways to really maximize the space that is there to have that safety. It's it's like most boating sites, right? They're very limited with the amount of property, and you have the layer of permitting and other regulations, and footprint gets compressed very quickly. But that will be done later. We are committed to continuing to help the county with that.
The idea that these, the docks are even installed now, projects a bit that we would like to do.
Yes.
Any further questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion for the board to approve facility grant 1782 as described in the board book.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second to approve facility grant 1782 as described in the board book. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 So that concludes our individual grants. We were hoping that Nola Davis is going to be able to join us at 10:30. It's now 10:40 and I haven't seen them pop up on our screen. But we've also been at this for just over 2 hours. So why don't we take about a 10-minute break? And maybe Mr. Davis will join us and then we can finish with our grants.
Sounds good.
grants, and we're waiting for Nolan to get on, and as soon as Nolan gets on, after we do the radio grants, we'll do. All right, Janine, take it away.
All right, so, grant number 1781 is with Columbia Crossings. It's a private marina located up on the Columbia River in an area that we often refer to as North Portland Harbor area. They have had pump outs and dump stations at their marinas. There's 3 of them. They were one of the first folks to receive a Clean Vessel Act grant for pump outs and dump stations. The equipment is old and they would like to replace it. Funding for pump outs and dump stations by statute is one of the highest priority for our grant funds. They have applied to replace all 6. We do have the funding available. Staff is recommending $131,463 of federal Clean Vessel Act funds and $43,821 of state boating facility grant funds. Does the board have any questions on the block vote for the Clean Vessel Act pump and dump replacement? I'm sorry. So the consent block starts at page 81. Staff recommendation is on page 87. These are free to use to the public. They can come in and pump out their holding tanks, dump their porta potties. No fees are allowed to be charged under our program. Private marinas also are not eligible to participate in our maintenance assistance program, which is why we minimize match requirements on it, because they are taking the responsibility of operation and maintenance during the term of the agreement.
That was my question. In reading through this was, I'm not used to seeing private marinas apply for grants and get awarded from, but this is the only thing that they're eligible for, I'm assuming, or are there other?
They are also eligible underneath the Boating Infrastructure Grant Program, which is a federal program administered by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that allows private marinas to construct short-term tie-up docks to serve boats that are 26 feet in length and longer. There's a lot of additional requirements under that program, and we have yet to ever have a private marina apply. Most private marinas apply to do the pump and dump station. They do take a lot of operation and maintenance requirements, and so they're not making money. There's no fee, but it is something that can attract a potential customer, either a long-term or seasonal mortgage holder, or just the general public to come in, use it, and they do that because 1, they're Clean Marina participants, and 2, they want to do the right thing for their customers and the public that we use the environment.
My district, we've given several other grants, at least to McCuddy's, I think, and several other private marinas for pump out and dump stations. Okay. And it's also kind of a marketing tool for other places that are on port or marina property, that somebody will come in, go to lunch at one of the cafes and clean out their boat at the same time. So it's kind of a nice tool for the marina to have.
Yes, it is.
Any other questions?
I do have a question just on the rollout of the grant. Since the Columbia Crossings is the applicant for the grant, and there are multiple marinas within that, are they the primary owner of all of those marinas?
Yes.
So then it's simple when the funding goes to them to then distribute across all.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the other thing, is they represent a huge amount of infrastructure in that region by the marinas that they own and operate up there.
Yes, they do.
So, yeah, we want to keep it. Any other questions? So I move that we authorize facility grant 1781 as described in the board book.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second to approve facility grant 1781 as described in the board book. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have Nolan online. Hey, we're gonna take on the deferral block.
Yes. So staff is recommending a block of grants be deferred. So deferment is,
What page are we on?
is page 42. So defer usually happens for 3 reasons. One, the application is not far enough along in the permitting where staff feel that the applicant can successfully complete the project. Sometimes it's that the design, engineering, or the scope of the project needs some additional refinement to clearly prorate eligible uses and have a clear understanding on the recreational boating benefit. And the third most common reason is we just do not have enough funding to meet the needs that are being requested of us. So today staff is recommending grant 1747 with Lynn County for Clear Lake Resort to improve non-motorized boating access. Grant 1762, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for the Highway 203 kayak launch. Grant 1770 with the City of King City to do the phase 2 of the design work at King City Park. 1772 with Curry County Aquatic Safety to do outreach and education, K through 12 on water training for non-motorized education. Grant 1779 Wasabi Paddling Club to do the Magi Outrigger canoe equipment purchase. 1780 Port of Astoria East Mooring Basin launch channel dredging. 1783 Chehalem Park and Rec, the 219 bridge, new non-motorized boating access construction. 1784 Tualatin River Keepers for equitable access project. 1785 City of Maupin to continue with some consultant services for the boat launch there. And 1786 City of Tillamook for the Sue H. Elmore Park retaining wall reconstruction. Does the board have any question on any of those projects recommended for deferment?
Overall, just the popularity of this program is a testament to how important it is to our state, to our voters, both for our public agencies and our non-government organizations. Personally, I'm kind of bummed that the Highway 203 project is on the deferral list because it really addresses a kind of a geographic area where we aren't well known and we aren't well respected, and it would give us a little bit of visibility there.
That one was tough. It was right below that cut line for the available funds. I'm hoping that ODF&W would be applying for cycle 1, which is the largest pot of money that we award through our 2-year biennium, and that they continue to advance their process. So they are shovel ready and we could put funding in. It is a geographically area that is devoid of accessible access. And the sites around it, you're traveling for miles to get to another water body. So it does have some significance. It just did not quite score, partially because the last of the permits were not in place and funding.
Any other discussion?
I think for me, the takeaway that you guys have brought over the years is these aren't not needed projects, unnecessary projects. They're needed. And you're not giving up as applicants. You're actually quite the opposite, going to be continuing to help them to refine their projects to hopefully see them back in a year or two when other cycles pop up. So that's good to hear.
Yeah, just echoing what you both have said, but you know, it is unfortunate that in a lot of different avenues, budgets are shrinking, especially because there are so many projects on this list that would be incredibly beneficial for the communities, covering a wide range of users. Just to confirm that when they go ahead, if they've, you know, whether it be permits that we're missing or just lack of information at the time of application that is then included in their future applications, a deferral from an application here does not negatively impact them going forward.
That is correct. Deferred doesn't take a position on good or bad. It just says it's not ready where we feel the project can be completed within the biennium successfully, or, you know, a recommendation for them to seek additional funding to help reduce the amount of ask from us or to finish the permitting. It's definitely one of those where we want to see them come back again, maybe refine some things, find some additional money, but it has no negative impact on it.
Any Any other questions? So do we have a motion on?
What's the last page of that section?
It's long. Because they're all staff reports.
Yeah.
If you reference the list on page 42, you just say the board makes a motion to approve the grants listed on page
To defer
42.
to further this.
Okay, since I asked, I'll take a shot at it. I make a motion to approve the recommendations of deferred projects on page 42 of the report book.
It makes me sad to have to say I agree and second that motion. So any further discussion? So we have a motion and a second to defer the project list on page 42. All those in favor of the deferral, say aye.
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 Okay. We have completed the grant section of our agenda. Do we have?
He's watching the live stream, so he's not on here to speak, but he can.
Okay, so
Okay.
we have, for those who are in our audience and those who are playing the home game, we have a coin we would like to award. And the recipient was not able to be here to be part of that process until now.
Hi, everybody. Just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to Mr. Nolan Davis, who took time out of his day to exemplify and film a video with the Oregon State Marine Board on the Ojala boat ramp, showing how it can be used properly and safely for people that want to go and use their boats on the Siletz River. And so we understand that it takes time and energy away from people's individual lives, and we just want to recognize that so more people can safely use the boat ramp there and the river as well. So a token from the Oregon State Marine Board for your time, for the acknowledgement, and for the continued use and safety of people on the waterways of Oregon. So thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Staff will make sure we get that.
All right, so we're gonna move on to item C on our agenda, which is the Siletz rulemaking.
I have something, Chair Jackson.
Member Messett.
Yes, hi. Before I engage in discussions related to the Siletz River, I need to disclose that a potential conflict of interest, as I am a licensed fishing guide. However, I do not guide on the Siletz River.
Thank you. You ready to begin?
Good.
Yeah, I think.
Yes, thank you, Dax.
We're getting
this.
I'm waiting to see that as well.
Item C is Siletz.
It is. Technical challenges.
Yep.
In a hybrid meeting. and a remote
Yes.
location.
I don't envy them.
No, I'm just enjoying the opportunity to sit at the big people table. I don't have a name tag with me. Not sure what happened to it. But for the record, my name's Alan Hansen. I'm the Policy and Environmental Manager for the Oregon State Marine Board. And as with you, we're waiting to figure out what we're discussing.
We're getting the PowerPoint.
No, I know you are. I appreciate it. And there's good reason that they're doing it instead of me.
There we go. Thank you. So we're starting with Sledge River. So just as a way of history, we had a former board member here who discussed the 1987/88 original rulemaking process that removed the use of jet pumps on the sleds. And since that time, we've had 3 other petitions, not including the most recent, one in 2001, 2007, 2013, and then we received the last one in February 2025. So to date, the board voted to open up the rulemaking process in April of 2025. We convened a RAC, and the first meeting was in June of 25. We met 5 times. We tried to get a representation of the interested parties on the RAC. So we got members of the tribe, motorized fishing guides, non-motorized fishing guide, recreational fishers, landowners. And we also had a ODF&W participant. The goal of the RAC is to see if we could come to some consensus and come up with something that helped the board out, or a proposed rule to help the board out. The RAC members are very passionate, and we definitely had a non-motorized group and a motorized group. And so we weren't able to come to an agreeable solution between the parties. So we looked at several options, but we weren't able to come up with an acceptable for all parties. We also have had lots of opportunities for the public to participate in the process. There's an open public notice, proper public comment period when we receive a petition. After the board open rulemaking, there was a public comment period. As we participated in the RAC, there was open public comment period at each meeting. And then, the board has also received lots of input from members or from interested parties. And so we've had a lot of various opinions, a lot of discussion about the proposed rules. So then at the January 26, 2026 meeting, the board asked us to develop proposals, including a hybrid solution. So we're here today to kind of talk about that. And let's start with kind of an overview of the river. I know the board had the opportunity to go look at all of these facilities, but let me just kind of highlight what they are, and that's helpful as we think about this. So the first, from downstream, upstream, we're starting at Jack Morgan Park. That's roughly where the tidal influence ends. So we're limiting this rulemaking process to above Jack Morgan Park. As a reminder, Jack Morgan is a paved facility, has paved parking. There's a campground on the opposite side of the road. There's ball restrooms, picnic tables. So it's a fully developed facility. Ojala, a little bit different. That's the boat slide, which does require some different technical skills for boaters to use. But it's probably one of the nicest facilities as far as the pavement, the restrooms. Then we go to the old mill site, which there's the town run, which consists of Hihi boat ramp and old mill, where those 2 facilities are located within probably about 2 miles. So a boater can park at one and walk across town to access the other. But the old mill is where an old mill stood, and it's an older facility. It's a paved boat ramp, but mostly dirt and gravel parking, and it's very limited. Then upstream we have Hihi, which is another very nice facility. It's a paved boating facility, paved parking, a good fair amount of parking, and we've got restrooms and picnic areas on that. As we continue up, we have the Twin Bridges, which is right underneath a bridge. Again, that one's a little more interesting, a little more technical. It's a long boat ramp into the water with a curve, which always makes it more challenging for people who have difficulty backing trailers. Some parking in that area, a lot of parking goes on through the neighborhood. Then the uppermost public site is Moonshine Park. That one's another challenging one. It's partially paved, pavement's broken off, goes to river rock gravel. Not a great facility, very limited parking on dirt gravel. Very nice camping facility just down the way, but that's not affiliated with the boat ramp. Then finally, we included this one because we heard about it through the RAC process, and I'm not sure if I have the name correct. It's the Powerhouse launch. Private facility. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure where it is or what it looks like. But we have heard people do launch there. So for purposes of this discussion, we chose to include it. If the board's interested, I can provide more information, but I don't know that it's necessarily relevant for this discussion. So the board also wanted to look at some law enforcement data that we have. So what's interesting, so we've got above Jack Morgan and below Jack Morgan. Limited contacts above Jack Morgan, but what I think is very interesting about this slide is the number of motorized contacts versus the non-motorized contacts. And so typically we interpret this to say that law enforcement is making contacts with most of the users. So if there's equal use, we would anticipate equal contacts. Now, I know we heard public comment that it was contrary to this, but this is the data that we have. And then below Jack Morgan, we have a lot more contacts. And in 23 and 24, we had 2 special emphasis patrols where we were heavily looking at registration compliance. And I believe part of that was also ODF&W licensing requirements, but it does skew those numbers. And then if we look at the next slide.
Can I ask you a quick question? On this data, the way it's laid out, obviously warning and citations, pass is simply pass, they saw.
That's yeah.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I was interpreting that.
Yep. They made a contact and they passed with whatever the purpose of the contact was. So no citations, no warnings issued. So in this, we have Lincoln County Sheriff and Oregon State Police. So if you look at the numbers from the previous slide, let me just give you those. So in 2023, below Jack Morgan, there was 405 contacts. In 24, there was 728. Those don't quite add up because when we do the special emphasis, we bring law enforcement agencies from other counties. And so those just look at the contacts by the Lincoln County or the state police. So mostly enforcement's done through Lincoln County Sheriff's Office. So is there any questions? I'm going through these pretty quickly.
One quick question.
Yeah.
So for clarification purposes, if they pass a drift boat, make contact that has the motor up, not actively motoring, do they consider that as a non-motorized or a motorized contact?
I need to request Mr. Paulson. For registration purposes, because it has a motor, it would be need registration.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Sure. Right back there. Vice Chair Lambert, Chair, members of the board. The question was when they make a contact. So law enforcement, when they make a contact and they record it in our EBR system, they're doing a compliance check. So that's their safety carriage requirements. And for drift boats that do have motors, they do have to be currently registered. So when you are in that EBR system that our law enforcement partners have used for the last 4 years, the first thing it's going to do is ask is it motorized or non-motorized. So drift boat, whether it's utilizing the motor or not, it's going to be marked as motorized because it's going to be registered.
Thank you.
Thank you. I lost track of what page I was on. There we go. So since we last spoke, we requested ODFW provide some information. We would hope to get this in the original board book, but there was some unavoidable delays from ODFW, but they were working on it. But we finally got it. So we provided the board a copy with that, and I'm saying that because this is my interpretation of the letter. You guys have had the opportunity to see and read the letter for yourselves. And so if disagrees with my interpretation, the board is fully aware of the full terms of the letter. So, but essentially, they identified that there's two primary limiting factors for the conservation of native fish, and those are the lack of in-stream habitat complexity and also the loss of off-channel habitat, including estuaries by landslide channels and floodplains. The secondary factors were water temperature and sedimentation and harvest numbers. So notably in there, they don't discuss boating impacts. And my understanding was that's intentional. As we went through, the Marine Board asked them specific questions. The first one was, should we consider flows in the proposed rules? And ODF&W doesn't have specific data on how boats, the wakes or propellers impact the river. And what their data shows is they're doing the harvest and red counts. And with boats in the water, those populations remain stable. So I interpret that as the boats don't have or they haven't seen evidence that the boats have a significant impact. Then we asked, do boating activities impact hatchery stocking? So again, they don't collect data on the boating impact. And they manage the stocking through excess hatchery fish, because one of their goals is to prevent hatchery fish from spawning with native fish. So they really want the hatchery fish to get caught. That's the purpose of them. And so if they're not getting caught, they'll reduce the number so they don't have the spawning with wild fish. And so they really don't consider the boating impact on their hatchery program. We also asked if the proposed rules impact the fish management activities. And so they manage using their native fish conservation policy adopted by the ODF&W Commission. They'll continue to use accrual surveys, spawning ground surveys, and other methods to manage the fish. So again, they don't manage boating impacts to that. And then finally, we ask if they have, is there any impact on the ecosystem that they attribute to gas or electric motors? And they don't do research to determine if there is impact. And they did also conclude that if you look at other studies that have found impacts, they said it can be challenging to compare other rivers to this river. And so my takeaway is they didn't identify any boating impacts affiliated with the management or the fish populations on the Siletz River. And now that's not to say that there isn't any. They just didn't identify them, and it's essentially more outside of how they manage the river.
To be clear, they haven't done any of those studies on any rivers in the state, or is any that we're aware of? Because I know this came up during Rogue, and ODF&W hasn't participated in any of that kind of study, right? I don't.
To my knowledge, they really don't look at voting as a factor in the management of native species. So that gets us to proposed rule language. So first option is always the board can choose to close rulemaking at any time and determine that a rule isn't necessary. That's always an option. So we have two other options here. at the last board meeting, the board asked that we look at a hybrid option. So what that hybrid option is we're dividing the river at Old Mill Park. So below Old Mill, you could use motors of 15 horsepower or less. And that allows that lower portion of the river to have limited motorized. It would stop any of the larger motors from traveling above Jack Morgan. So there is a motor restriction included in that section of the river. And then above that, it'd be non-motorized. And also options or factor C is it closes all tributaries above Jack Morgan Park to motors. So it does offer significant restrictions on motors compared to the current rule. Then the third option, which is a staff recommendation with the caveat that we prohibit all motors above Jack Morgan Park. And that's essentially what the petition requested. So let's flip side. So as I said, we have option 3, but we have received additional information since last board meeting. And so I think it's reasonable, and we recommend that the board should consider both option 2 and 3. So if the board does want to go with 2, it's not going against staff recommendation. So we've expanded our opinion since preparing the rule, the board book. So then finally, so at this point, the board has the option to accept one of the 3 proposed rules. Of course, the board can make changes to any of the proposed rules we offer. You can also direct staff to sharpen our pencil and come back with some better ideas, or the board can stop the rulemaking process. I guess that's kind of a repeat of the first option. And then finally, the next steps. So if the board proposes rule language today, we would file those proposed rules with the Secretary of State. That opens another public comment period. We're also planning on scheduling a public hearing, and that would occur in the May-June timeframe. And I left it open because that's going to be a scheduling and location discussion that we haven't quite figured out today. The board has also, in previous board meetings, indicated that they want to do a work session. And so, like on the Rogue River, we did a work session combined with a public hearing. And so if the board continues to want to do that, we would anticipate doing that same format as well. We would propose a June, July timeframe, and that's going to be dependent on finding a facility board schedule. And then the board would have the first opportunity to finalize rules at the July board meeting. And if they finalize rules, I would anticipate that those rules would go into effect August, September timeframe. If the board doesn't approve language, we would come back. If the board doesn't, if the board doesn't approve draft language at this meeting, we would have likely, based on the board recommendation, come back next board meeting with some additional board language, and that would set everything back 3 months. So is there any questions?
I just want to comment on a comment I made earlier when we were going into the public testimony section, where I think I used the number 8 months. And I didn't intend to present that as like a solid number, but as it could be up to, because as Alan just described, we could actually adopt a rule and have it go into place by roughly the end of summer. Or if we don't come up with what we want today, it could take it out to that 7 or 8 month time frame.
Absolutely.
So I just want to clarify my comment to some of the folks in the audience.
And as we saw on the rulemaking process, there are a lot of twists and turns. So I don't think it's impossible that we could get to 8 months. And it could be 8 months or longer, but
And I guess another question I had just in terms of the timeline is we show a public hearing and then a public hearing and a work session. Is there a reason for that versus having a work session, the combined work session, public hearing first and then a second public hearing second?
so I think what we did on the Rogue, and this is up to board discretion. So what we did on the Rogue, and we thought it worked well, is we collected a vast amount of public comment so that the board members, could kind of digest some of that information, understand it as you prepared for the work session. We thought that holding the work session fairly close to the board meeting was a benefit because it gave you the opportunity to listen, hopefully gave your questions answered, gave you some time to digest the information, and then have the board meeting within a fairly soon time after that, so you didn't lose any of that information. But if the board would like us to do it differently, we're certainly going to accommodate what the board request is.
And Chair Jackson, I think, even though we've been at this a while, it's just a reminder that the rule process is, that the rules are open, but depending on what the board does today is when we start getting into some of the really technical requirements of the rule process. So I believe last time we did the Rogue, for instance, we held a public hearing, as we always have. Just we do that with a hybrid option, make it to where as many people as could come, and then the board had asked to have an additional rule hearing after the work session, so that if anybody wanted to come and do that day in front of the board, they were able to do that. So we can definitely, as Alan mentioned, do that however the board would like. We have a requirement to do a rule hearing that's public, and nothing prohibits us from doing multiple to, as Alan said, gather information. There's many different ways it's possible, give people different options, provide input.
I liked how the process played out on the road. I thought you gave you guys a chance to get that information, pass it on to us. We got really good feedback. I like that we purposely held the work session close to where we're talking geographically, made it easy on folks to come up and give their testimony rather than making it a burden on them to travel and do that. And it gave me really good feedback in shaping the actual, as a board, shaping the actual outcome and stuff. And I thought it was really good. Helped us come to a good decision that a year later, is working.
I also liked having the work session and the hearing down there because I'm not super familiar with that area. And it gave me a chance to, unlike what we did here, where we had the board actually go out and visit all of these sites in advance, it gave me a chance to actually go out and answer questions I had. And I think doing the same thing, we're having a hearing down here. Because again, when we went out in December, things look different than they do now, or maybe I've got some questions about some sites that I want to go validate or verify.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of having something down here. I also like, because I'm old and I forget things, I like the idea of having that work session and hearing relatively close to the upcoming board meeting.
Thank you, Chair Jackson. That was not the intent. But we do anticipate the work session would be held in Newport. Siletz has limited facilities, and we would anticipate that there would be a lot of interest. So Newport seems like a reasonable location, and is probably the closest opportunity for the river.
And Larry, question for you on the process. If memory serves me correct on that process, which I'm assuming would potentially mirror this process here, whatever the proposed rule is that the board decides on today isn't necessarily the rule that will go into effect through all of this public hearings and public, work sessions and process. So long as we're generally within the realm of the proposed rule, the board does have the opportunity to take all that testimony that we receive over the next couple of months and shape the final rule. Am I correct?
Member Lambert, you are correct. The idea that if the board adopted some rule language to move forward with today through the process, as we go through the process, if the board learns more and decides they want to change any part of that, you always have that right. There's not a bright line legal test to when you moved into needing to redo some of the process if there's changes, but the board does have latitude to make change throughout that process. process as long as it's consistent with the original pieces that we put out on the rule hearings. So staff would definitely be watching for that. And if we felt like we'd passed one where the changes were substantial enough, what that looks like is doing another set of public comments and hearings on some revised rule language. But generally, if it's within the umbrella of what was originally posed, the board has quite a bit of latitude to make changes at final rule adoption. Because process contemplates, you'll learn more throughout the process.
That's, yeah.
Do you have any questions about process?
And they came up and said we were muted. I don't know if it's true.
Member Messett, do you have any questions or comments about the process for this rulemaking?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. So I think, does anybody else have any questions about the process?
Do you still have the slides up? Could we go back to the proposed rules? Options. I think it's including slide 11.
It's okay. Let me grab it real fast. We closed it. Oh,
I apologize.
okay, you're there. That's it. You want slide 11? Right?
There we go.
Stuck. Go back. It's not like he took
If you could just get it back up and scroll through.
That sounds super simple. But
Again, if it was me driving, it would take twice as long, so I
Okay.
appreciate your help.
you're good. Can you, are you good?
Is that helpful to the board?
Yes. So we need to discuss options. Yeah, it sounds like.
Yes.
If you would like to.
At some point. I think from my perspective, this is a tough one for me. I come into Marine Board meetings usually with a pretty good idea of what I want to propose or what I'm supporting. This one, I honestly can say I didn't come in today feeling 100% strong about anything. I realize, from the petitioner's standpoint, I realize the impacts that they're, seeing and why they're proposing the petition language that they did propose, and I'm sympathetic to that. I'm also very sympathetic to the folks that are using the river, for a variety of purposes. So it's hard. You're never going to make everybody happy, and when you try to make everybody happy, you find yourself in a difficult position, and most of the time you find yourself unsuccessful. On this particular effort here, much like we did on the Rogue, I got to say my natural instinct is to try and find some sort of a middle ground and compromise on here that is going to work. I don't think even the current rule language in place is the proper thing to do. I fully respect the previous board members' comments that it has worked. I would respectfully disagree that maybe necessarily it hasn't worked 100%, or we wouldn't have had multiple petitions for changes over the last couple decades. I think that does indicate that we have an issue there. We do have conflict. Some people might see the conflict, other people might not see the conflict. Some people might see something that they don't consider conflict, but I think at the end of the day, conflict does exist. Is that enough conflict to close that section of the river to all motorized use above Jack Morgan? That's a big step. And I think that we as board members, in any state agency or any regulatory agency should be cautious about taking large steps like that. And we should be focused on taking smaller steps that, we can kind of see how does this work before the next, next issue maybe pops up. I also fully recognize that, the comment that was made earlier that you'll always have conflict on a river. Take this, there's going to be conflict of a different type, but that's our job to manage that as best as we possibly can. So I guess all of that said, within the purview that we have, in my opinion, as a board, I mean, ODFW is telling us that they don't feel that boating, has negative impacts on, the salmon and other native species in this section of the river. I got to take their opinion as another state agency with a pretty heavy weight. And my decision, would be to veer towards option 2, the hybrid option, as a starting point that we can have further conversation with over the next couple months. And we may end up there, we may end up in a slightly different place, but I think that's a good compromise place to start and have more robust input. I know that probably feels like, to some folks that have been really passionate about this effort and really working on it, that, oh my gosh, it was taking forever. But like I said on the road, I would much rather take a little while longer and give everybody a chance to have their voices heard, rather than rush into a decision that we may regret at a later date. So my personal starting point would be option 2.
Can I say something, Chair Jackson?
You may.
So I appreciate that and the rationale. I just want to provide some input. So on option 2, some additional considerations. If you're considering that maybe Old Mill is not the right dividing line, I would recommend taking into considerations the types of facilities surrounding that, and also the impact of what that does on other facilities. Because we do see a lot of times that if we put a restriction in one place versus another, that moves traffic. And my concern is with Old Mill, Ojala isn't necessarily, it's not a traditional boat ramp. And so that could be more of a challenge for, more so recreational boaters as opposed to the professional guides. So just some additional considerations.
Which is, I'm assuming staff took that into consideration in the form option 2 as well.
As much as possible.
Thank you for that clarification. I also need to echo and respect with Steve. Definitely. Coming in here again, I also had, I can see both option 1 or not option 1, option 2 and option 3. But thinking about just the amount of the river that we would be closing is a little concerning to me. And having spent 6 years serving alongside Member Withy, and always being reminded about folks who are disabled and limiting options for them. Option 2 would keep those opportunities available to folks who physically cannot grow their foot. My interests are more in understanding some of the use out there. I really appreciate the chart that one of our people gave to us today, even though we're not supposed to consider it in our decision making. One of my interests, because we've seen a lot of videos of larger boats with larger motors, but I'm getting the sense from comments that we've received that still the majority of people out there are drift boaters using boats that basically are Coast Guard limited to 10 horse motors. So trying to understand like sort of where that line is between the number of people that are using motors on drift boats versus people who are using actual like 15 or 20 horsepower motors on larger boats. And that's something that I would like to know to help plan my decision and discussions on this issue. Everyone, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I know we're not supposed to take into account the things that are brought up today, but I feel like it would be remiss to not say that there is not a lack of passion from everybody that this decision and rulemaking process will affect going forward. And, from tribe members, from land users, from recreational fishermen and women, and from those who use this river for their economic prosperity, there's not a lack of passion. And there's a lot of people here that this decision is going to implement, and it's going to affect their day-to-day lives. And as somebody who is new to the board here and also a very young member on the board, I want to take that into consideration because these decisions do impact people. And I think that the best thing that we can do as a board is to gather as much information as possible And I'm learning at the process of which boards move and government agencies move, which is slower than other agencies and other organizations. But at the same time, hopefully it allows the proper and correct decision to come about that will give the best outcome for everybody involved. So, you know, I really appreciate the fact that, you know, at previous meetings, questions were asked about numbers, and then today numbers were presented, and that really helps me and the other board members be informed about what is actually going on, because you know, it's not fair for me to just make a decision when somebody else is using the river every day. So I just wanted that to be stated first and foremost. Second of all, I did have a couple questions on the more specific usage of the data that was presented by the agencies in terms of the citations and whatnot that was presented in these slides. So on slide 7, I just wanted a little bit more clarification on the number of citations, or you know, that were people that were observed in boats below or above Jack Morgan Park. And I wanted to know, is there any reference to, you know, following up with Chair Jackson, the type of motors that they're using? Because specifically in option 2, you are discussing about a limitation on a motor, but at the same time, the data that we're presented here doesn't show what type of motor was being used. And I feel like that would also help paint the picture better to understand, you know, who is actually on the river in these different sections. Because looking at this information, there's a lot of people in motorized vessels below Jack Morgan Park and fewer up above it. But if we don't have more breakdown and clarification, it's going to be really hard to make a just decision that will benefit the user population.
Now, and I called a phone a friend in for you just because I think it's an important subject, so we'll let that you answer.
Yes, absolutely.
Chair Jackson, Vice Chair Lambert, Member Wild, Member Messick. The data that the marine law enforcement officers collect within our eBird system doesn't specify horsepower. And so the best I could do is I could go back, and when there was a compliance check on a motorized boat, I can look at the registration number in our boat system, and I can see what type of boat's registered. So I can see if it's a drift boat versus like a larger open motor boat, and I could drill down into those. There's, as you see, not a lot of motorized boats that were checked above Jack Morgan, so it'd be pretty easy to drill down that data. Now, I historically look at those and spot check them, and I can tell you from the ones that I did spot check when I provided this data to Alan, generally speaking, they're 17, 18 foot drift boats for the most part that are being checked, that are motorized boats above Jack Morgan. And I think collectively, you know, if we were to go up there and survey those boats January through April, that's what you're typically gonna see for a motorized boat.
So Chair Jackson, Member Wild, anecdotally, through the RAC process, my understanding is that predominantly, it depends on the seasonality. Upper river and the upper reaches, a lot of whitewater rafting in seasonally when flows allow. This section tends to be mostly drift boats with or without motors, so that would be the small 10 horse. There are a few individuals who run, they're called jack plates, that allows a motor to be raised and lowered. There are a few boats. So I would say of the motorized use, the vast majority is the drift boats with, you know, small 10, 15 horsepower motors, and then a limited number of higher horsepower motors.
And then just to kind of add on to that, since we're discussion, I guess word is, the length of the river, and it was, you know, I'm really grateful that we had the chance to go and see the river in person, because that offers, you know, it wouldn't be fair for us to be sitting here discussing this without that, at the very least. And it's a beautiful long river, and I think the accessibility portion of the river and access is a very equal part of the pie that we do need to consider. And it would be a very long day on the river to do the entire river, to fish it, for those who aren't as able-bodied. And I think that also needs to be recognized in the big picture, so long as it is an overwhelming, you know, within the restrictions, if it's not going to overwhelm, like at Old Mill, the facilities that are there, if that is where the distinction is going to be placed, that to make sure that there is enough parking for, you know, boat trailers, and that there are facilities, and as we've been talking a lot about restrooms today, that those places would not be overrun, because that, when we got to go and see, was also the tribe's headquarters. And so I feel like that is also a very respectful thing that we need to consider into this equation, to make sure that within those decisions, people are getting a fair, equitable access, but also, you know, also just being recognized in the process.
Chair Jackson, Member Wild, if this is helpful, I don't have the exact numbers, but I believe it's approximately 9 river miles from Old Mill to Jack Morgan. I believe it's another roughly 9 miles from Mill to Hee-Hee-Illahi, and Hee-Hee-Illahi is probably a mark between Moonshine and Jack Morgan, and boat ramp wise, it's the closest to the halfway mark. So we're probably talking roughly 40 miles of river between Moonshine and Jack Morgan. And I can provide it, it may be in the board book already, but I do have the information. If you would like, I can provide that to you.
Thank you. Member Mesa, do you have any comments or anything you'd like to say at this point of the discussion?
I tend to agree with other board members, looking real carefully at option 2, you know, primarily because it does provide an opportunity to gather more information and more testimony, which I think are really critical in these type of decisions where, you know, rulemaking is involved. And I could really, you know, I really appreciate everybody that's come out. I know missing a day of work. I know taking the time to come testify. It's a big sacrifice for everybody, and I really respect the passion on all sides of this. And I know a lot of people want decisions made sooner than later, but I think the reality is that we do need more information and testimony, so we're able to take into account where everybody's coming from on each sides. I think the petition does take into account what's best for the river. I do think, you know, the tribe has been there for thousands of years. I think we need to recognize that. But I also don't support any rules that would reduce or take away any accesses. And we have to keep in mind, like, terms like closing or limiting. You know, if you take a motor off, that doesn't close somebody's ability to fish. It limits it in certain ways that could be argued, and we could extrapolate, you know, with, you know, our own data from the way somebody fishes with a motor as opposed to not fish, or to fish without a motor. So I think those are things that the whole board would like to hear more testimony on, and try to get a little bit more information.
Thank you.
Just to Member Wild's comments, I would second the digging in of the type of motorized use of other. From my anecdotal opinion, coming from the testimonies we've heard to date, coming from the videos that have been submitted that we've reviewed and whatnot, it appears to me that a drip boat with a, you know, up to 15 horsepower motor on the back of it isn't the cause of major safety concerns and conflict out there. It seems to be the bigger, larger boats, which is why I feel that landing on that 15 horsepower as a limit probably is a safe bet that we're going to take care of the vast majority of the conflict, at least for now.
And that sort of echoes my thinking, but one question I have for Mr. Paulson while he's still sitting here. So I know we had this discussion on the road that by law drift boats are limited to 10 horse.
So under the Coast Guard's regulations, drift boats have an exemption for flotation. And so because drift boats tend to be designed for whitewater use with the rake and the design of the boat, they limit the horsepower to 10. And so it doesn't matter if it's a 15-foot drift boat all the way to an 18-foot, it has a 10 horsepower restriction. And that's on the capacity plate that the manufacturer installs. And so not to say there's not smaller, 14-foot open boats that might utilize the sleds with a 15 horsepower, but drift boats by Coast Guard regulation, which regulates, that component of boat manufacturing, a drift boat can't have a greater than 10 horsepower.
Thank you.
And Chair Jackson, members of the board, just as a reminder, this issue also came up on the Rogue and the board landed on 15 horse in the Rogue. And so part of the staff's work there was just consistency across that decision, not that that has to be a factor.
Okay, thank you. Where do I go from here? Do we want to have more discussion or do we want to give Alan some direction?
The only other thing that I would discuss or mention was the ODFW findings. I don't know about you guys, but I was a little bit surprised by some of the findings there and the fact that it didn't contradict anything about motors and impact of fish habitats from what was presented. We know that use of a river can impact fish habitats, and I think that while considering all of the other elements that have been mentioned, the ecosystem of the river is also extremely important too. And so just keeping that on the forefront, in addition to the access and ability of the river for all parties.
I don't disagree. I thought ODFW's feedback, while I appreciated it, was kind of right down the middle, not super helpful to us, but I appreciate the position they're in and what they tried to do. I do agree with you, and I think everybody in this room probably agrees that the health of the river ecosystem is important, whether you're spiritually connected to the river or whether you're making a living and feeding your family off the river. We all want the same things, but for maybe different purposes. That said, this is the second petition where impacts of boats on natural resources within the river has come up in a year and a half. I don't know what we can do other than encourage ODFW, but I sure would like to see ODFW maybe take the lead on doing some sort of definitive scientific studies so that we have something to point to, as opposed to studies that were done in completely different areas of the world 20, 30, 40 years ago. It would help us as we collaborate and coordinate with ODFW on some of these things that I only expect to continue to see them grow into the future, I think.
And I keep going back to what our legislative mandate is. And while I appreciate all the information about habitat and habitat concerns, fisheries concerns, our ability to make rules is very limited to things that are related to boating safety, boating conflicts. And even though, with 6 years of college education and environmental systems and stuff, where my heart lies versus where our legislative mandate lies are in conflict. I have to be honest. So I'm really having to remind myself, this is the box that we have to stay in.
I would second that 100%. We have very definitive boundaries of decision tools that we can use to make decisions. And you have to stand in. For me, conflict is the key on this decision.
Mm-hmm. And to some extent, safety.
Yeah.
But again, we don't really have, it doesn't appear that we have a record of actual safety impacts, but I'm listening to reading things that we've had submitted to us and also just supported by what folks were saying this morning. When I think about our past project dealing with this kind of issue, the stretch of river was a little bit shorter. And so if somebody lost control of their non-motorized boat, there were close places to have, to hit the motorized threshold and have help to get yourself back under control. This is a real different situation. And that is kind of a concern to me, especially when we may be lowered for our law enforcement abilities out there and some of our other rescue abilities out there in the future. Any other questions?
One more
Go
thing
for it.
about option two. In this sort of thing, I love the word compromise. And option two does provide somewhat of a compromise in that it can be worked on. It does provide some motorized use above tide water. And it also addresses, non-motorized above Old Mill. So I think that's a good place to start as we work through this, as we gather more information and public testimony.
Thank you. So.
Yeah, can we go back? Sorry.
Bring up McGuire Island too, Norma.
We'll throw that in the mix.
11, let's slide 11.
So I would make a motion that the board approves the draft rule language provided in option 2 of staff's presentation as pertaining to the sleds.
We have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? I would like to add into that the direction to staff is also to go forth and set up as appropriate to public hearings and a work session prior to our next board meeting. So I guess it's an amendment. So we have a motion, a second, and an amendment. Any further discussion? So all those in favor of going forward with option 2 as a starting point and scheduling hearings and a work session before our next board meeting signify with an aye. And we're going to do this by roll call. So Member Messett?
Aye.
Member Wild?
Aye.
Aye. Member Lambert? Aye. Member Jackson? Aye. So go forth and schedule hearings.
We will do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And Chair Jackson, if I could just to summarize, just for the board and the folks in the room of what happens next, because government,
Please.
it makes no sense to us, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to a lot of people. So the board today directed staff to move forward with option 2 rule language. So what will happen next is we'll file the rule language with the Secretary of State to let them know that we're going to go further into our rulemaking process with specific language. That'll come out publicly. There'll be a public comment period. That'll be noticed through our interested parties list. It'll be noticed on our social medias. It'll be noticed on our website. Sure, we'll have a news release as well. So there'll be a public comment period where people can submit public comments. Public comment period is a great place if you have protracted testimony that you'd like to give, if you have videos you'd like to share, information, because there's really no limits to what you can submit in that public comment period in the written. Then staff will schedule a public rule hearing. We will most likely do that one in a hybrid out of Salem. That'll be an opportunity for people that can't make the one that we'll be having down in the Newport area to provide their information. All that information will be provided to the board. There'll be what we call a work session sometime in June and July in the Newport area. That'll be noticed to our interested parties. It'll be noticed on our socials. It'll be noticed in our news releases. And what a work session does is we'll invite some specific groups to talk specifically to the board and give presentations. We typically make sure that we have balance in terms of different ideas and different supported positions. We give folks 15 to 20 minutes to present to the board, so those groups get a little longer to present to the board. Board can ask questions real directly. It's a good conversation time. And then after that, we'll end and we'll go into a public comment period where anybody who signs up will get typically 2 to 3 minutes to present to the board their public comment. So, and then after that, we'll have all that brought to our July board meeting. And I believe our July board meeting is in Madras, if I'm correct. where the board would have the option to either adopt the rule language that they're proposing today, modify and adopt the rule language that they propose today. And I always like to point out, they can also always stop rulemaking. So that is a lot of government speak, but I would encourage you, if you're not already, be watching our website, be watching our social, be watching news releases. If you haven't signed up to be an interested party, sign up to be an interested party. I suspect a lot of you that are here today must already be, because you knew about this meeting. But, you know, and if you ever get confused about the process and you don't understand where you're at, just ask. And there's no wrong door to the Marine Board. If you ask somebody, staff will be happy to help you, because we understand that our processes are confusing, but we're following very prescriptive state processes on how to make rulemaking.
Thank you.
Send us a time or two. Good overview.
So we have several more items.
And lunch has arrived.
And lunch has arrived. How long do you think the legislative consultation is?
So I think the next item will be.
I know. Well,
Ledge concept should be fairly quick. Is Christie?
Waterway access.
I was just saying we could just take a break now. So we're gonna take, let's do a half-hour break for lunch. And we will get back at 12:40 and continue with our agenda at that point.
Yeah.
So member Messett, we'll see you at 12:40.
Okay.
Okay, it is approximately 12:40 and we are back in session for the quarterly Oregon State Marine Board meeting. We are now on to item D on our agenda, the McGuire Island pass-through zone petition. Alan Hanson.
Okay, do we have the PowerPoint on that?
And do we have Member Messett?
He's not back.
So,
Okay.
like,
Wouldn't it be funny if now it just kept pulling up the selects? Right?
It would be super great. We were just talking.
so Chair Jackson, board members, in February of this year, we received a petition regarding to McGuire Island. What they want to do, and I'll describe McGuire Island so we have some context. But what they want to do is there's the south channel on the Columbia, south of McGuire Island, that there's currently a pass-through zone, and they want to replace that pass-through zone with a slow no wake zone. In the petition, the stated purpose was to prevent damage to floating home and morages from boat wakes. Also to minimize conflict between motorized and non-motorized users of the channel, and also for the serenity of the floating home communities and wildlife. So next channel. So where the red dot is, that's McGuire Island. And so it's just at the southeast end of Government Island. It's roughly quarter mile wide, about 1.5 to 1.7 miles long. What's important to note, so you've got a south channel and a north channel of the island, and hopefully you can see in this map to somewhat understand. So it looks like a boat could travel on either side of that island, but on the north side, it's extremely shallow, especially on the east end. Are we okay? Yep. Okay. It's extremely shallow on the east end. And also you see the blue line, the continuous blue line there. That's a row of wooden piles. And so depending on the tide and the flow rates, those may be above water, those may be slightly underwater, but probably not a good idea to try and navigate over those, especially if you're not familiar with that area. South channel, it's about 1,000 feet wide, 1,200 feet wide. And on the east end, they have the similar row of piles, but there is a gap for navigational purposes. And then on the far right end of the blue line, that's where Chinook Landing Marine Park is. And so Chinook Landing is the largest, most used boat ramp in Oregon. So very active boating channel. So if we go to the next slide.
I read that in your report or presentation. I heard the busiest ramp in Oregon.
I think it might be 8 lanes.
Yeah. Wow.
It's big. Yeah. A lot of parking, a lot of lanes. So could we go to the next slide?
Yeah, give me.
Oh, okay.
Janine, who owns Chinook?
Metro.
Metro.
That's all right, bring it up quick.
Yep, there we go. So this is a close up. Oh, actually, let's flip back one moment. Giving you a word back. So the red line, that's where the floating home morages are in relation to the rest of the island. So go ahead and flip forward again. So what we have there, and it's hard to tell, we have 9 different DSL leases that make up approximately 270 floating homes. Most of these leases are fairly old, from the mid-70s to the mid-90s. The only one that has any sort of wave abatement structure is Big Eddy Marina, and that's the one to the farthest east. On this picture, you can kind of see some slight hints of a wave abatement structure. They're kind of hard to get in the picture. What's interesting, so current DSO rules say that if you're gonna extend more than 25% into a waterway, you have to get the director approval. These are all beyond that 25%. And some of them as much as 40-45%. So these leases were approved prior to that rule went into effect. So they're not violating the terms of the DSL rule, but presumably today those couldn't be put in there without director approval.
DSL director.
DSL director approval. So let's look to the next slide. So our current rule, and this is a pretty good, easier way to see it. So the pink is a slow no wake zone. The purple is a pass-through zone. And there's actually two different rules involved. And I pulled this map from our Boat Oregon Opportunity Map. And so I don't have the ability to edit the image. So on the right side, where there's the partial slow no wake zone going out to Chinook Landing, that's a different rule. We're only looking at the pink and purple where the marinas are, where it shows Wiljan Marina. So what they want to do is instead of having that purple pass-through zone, they want to go through and make that all a slow no wake zone. Looking at OSMV authority, a lot of words up there, but I tried to highlight the applicable words under ORS 175. The board has authority to make special rules consistent with safety and the property rights of the public, or when traffic conditions become such to create excessive congestion. Then we have our standard, that's sub 3 there, for the protection of wildlife according to ODF&W. And then what 831.95 for the protection of boat uses and prevent user conflict. So on the SELETs, that's primarily the rule we're looking at when we're doing rule authority. And I think it's important to note on the 175 sub 1. So we have authority for safety and property rights of the public. So these all marinas are private property. And we haven't seen any requests for ODF&W to protect the serenity of wildlife. And I would anticipate that they wouldn't have any. So here's the law enforcement data in the area. And we looked at specifically the area, the South Channel of McGuire Island. So you see a total of 14 contacts in 2023, 9 and 24, and 11 and 25, compared to all of Multnomah County at the bottom. Significantly higher numbers, and then have a little bit higher numbers of Chinook Landing.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
So that struck me. Busiest boat ramp in the state of Oregon. And you look at the contacts there, and they're a fraction of what we just saw on the SELETs.
So
what's the deal with that?
The way I would interpret that is they're going to go to the problem areas. And so this is essentially law enforcement's way of saying that maybe there's not significant boating safety or boater issues in this area. The main contacts are down around Ross Island and North Portland Harbor. So law enforcement spending their time where they've determined is the highest priority. So I think at this point, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but we don't have any accident data specifically in the McGuire channel. So I think understand this as a law enforcement priority. Is that a fair assessment?
Just Vice Chair Lamer, going back to your question, you were, just to clarify, you're asking why these numbers seem low compared to the data that we just saw on the SLEDs. Is that what I understood?
Yeah, given the fact that Chinook Landing is the busiest boat ramp in the state of Oregon, I would have thought that in 23, 24, and 25, we had more than 35 to 43 contacts.
Yeah, there'd be two pieces to that to explain it. One being this area is primarily patrolled by Multnomah County Sheriff Office River Patrol. Their their ability to do boater contacts and the number of boater contacts that they make is significantly less than comparable programs. And so that being said, we tend to see a lot less boating contacts by that program. They do a lot of things other than recreational boating enforcement with criminal activity around the Portland metro area. And so they don't have the ability to put as much effort as some of those coastal programs do into recreational boating safety compliance checks. The other piece would be in 2024 and 2023 on the lower sleds, so below Jack Morgan Park, we saw that elevated number of boater contacts. That was because we had a special emphasis patrol, approximately 3 full days, where we had agencies across the state come out and do really just a flood of effort. And so that is why those numbers are going to seem high on the lower sleds because of those special emphasis efforts. But generally speaking, Multnomah County has lower numbers when you compare whether the funding or the staffing, because they're doing a whole lot of other activities other than recreational boating safety compliance checks.
Okay, thank you.
So let's go to the next slide. So here's some pictures. Phil and I went out with Multnomah County and looked at the channel. Really difficult to capture images that provide any good perspective. But here we're on the upstream side of the DSL leases. So we're closer to Chinook Landing, looking west. And so all of the floating homes are on the left side of the picture. And those buoys are a demarcation of the slow no wake zone versus the pass-through zone. Also, that 5 mile an hour slow no wake zone, those were all over the docks. So the homeowners have put those in, presumably. I don't know that for a fact, but they're on the docks. And so that's my understanding of the likely contact. But I think what this shows is there's a pretty good indication of where the slow no wake zone ends and where the pass-through zone begins. Let's go to the next slide. The first picture, it's up there for 2 reasons. Again, show you the buoys between the slow no wake and the pass-through, but also give you some perspective about the distance there. And again, this is tidal influenced waters, and it varies seasonality based on flows. And so the channel will be narrower or wider depending on water levels. On the right side, that's our sign for the pass-through zone. And that's only on the downriver side. We don't have one on the upriver side. I think the biggest challenge is because the pass-through zone is a relatively narrow zone, and where to put something that contains a fair amount of information that's easy for boaters to see, yet doesn't create a navigational hazard by being in the channel. I think it's a real challenge to get good signage in that location. I just realized I didn't describe the pass-through zone. Does anybody have any questions on what a pass-through zone is? Okay.
Basically, you just slow down to 5 miles.
It allows boaters to stay up on plane
Yeah.
and just drive through. So no towed water sports. Jet skis shouldn't be making multiple loops, doing tricks, any of that, other than going between the two.
I think you have the time.
Yeah, and we'll address that in a minute.
Oh.
So next slide, the impact petition. So to me, this one is problematic because the area of floating homes is roughly 1 mile long. So it said 5 mile an hour for a slow no wake on the signs, but our current definition of slow no wake is whatever speed your boat can travel where you're not throwing a wake. And generally, I think that's 3 to 5 miles per hour. So using 3 miles per hour, it's going to take approximately 20 minutes to travel through that zone. The next boat ramp downriver is the M. James Gleason Memorial Boat Ramp. With the current rules in place, it takes approximately, it's about 9 miles. So it takes approximately 20 minutes on plane to go from Gleason to Chinook Landing. So by making this rule, you essentially double the time that it takes for a boat to travel between the two locations. And with that north channel not being navigable, the only way a boater can avoid that slow no wake zone is going all the way around Government Island. And so that's roughly 7 miles. And so if somebody wanted to launch at Chinook Landing, and the area downstream of McGuire Island is popular for towed water sports. Government Island is also a very popular place that boaters go and hang out. They'll picnic, beach the boats, do whatever, and they go all the way around the island. So if we limit that access on that south side, their option is to travel. Roughly it's going to take them about the same amount of time to go through that slow no wake zone as it would be going to the north side of Government Island and tucking back onto the south side of Government Island. So I think we're asking boaters to, there's going to be a significant impact to boaters if we put this rule into place. Notes here. The other challenge, oops, go back. Sorry.
You look like you're gonna flip.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at my slides to see where I'm at, where I'm going. When we're out with River Patrol, we're also asking, what's the different, what are the conditions like in the main channel on the north side of Government Island versus the south side? So the north side is the main shipping channel. So during the summer months, there's a lot of commercial traffic with barges, other types of large commercial vessels. In inclement weather, significantly more wind, significantly more wake. So potential more navigational hazards for a boater. The other piece that I would take into consideration in this, so we don't have a ton of similar situations, but essentially what the petition is asking is we have a statewide slow no wake zone of 200 feet off any floating dock or floating home facility. Multnomah Channel is similarly narrow. And so I would anticipate if we approve this petition, we would see one on Multnomah Channel, and that's a significantly longer water body. South side of Hayden Island is already a full slow no wake zone. I'm sure Laura's familiar with that one. That's probably, from a slippery slope argument, Multnomah Channel is probably the biggest concerns. There's some potential for similar scenarios down on the south coast. I don't know that they would be as much of an issue, but it's a factor to consider, I think. So, okay, let's go to the next slide. So we put this out for public comment. We received approximately 70 comments. Generally split down the middle. There was a slight edge to opposition. The main arguments was the floating homes, and they also we saw a lot of the floating homes have paddleboards, grandkids that like to go across the channel to the island, and so they want to create a safe place for paddlers. Arguments in opposition. Sounds like the floating homes that have the prime spots at the end of the docks are the ones most likely impacted by any damage, where the number of floating homes more on the interior, they're not seeing the damage. So we're not protecting all of the floating homes. We're just protecting a few of the 270. And they also argued that it created a preference of one type of boating activity over another. We also saw some arguments about, the noise, the wake, the homeowners didn't like. But I think if you're going to buy a floating home, you have to anticipate that there will be wake either from boats, from wind, it's not gonna, there's gonna be additional maintenance just because it's not solid ground. So next slide, options. The board, of course, can deny the petition and not open rulemaking. You can direct us to explore voting education opportunities, especially related to the pass-through zone compliance. Can open rulemaking in accordance with petition, or if you have some creative ideas and you'd like us to open rulemaking and explore options, we can certainly do that. Let's go to the next slide. So our recommendation, because the petition is for the protection of private property, I have a little concern about statutory authority. They also said there's some habitat or wildlife impacts, and they use the word serenity, I believe. We have not heard from ODF&W saying that we need to act to protect fish.
Birds.
Excuse me?
Or birds.
Or
There's
birds.
rickeries on some of those islands.
So the only real statutory authority is if there's some safety concerns. And we haven't seen any safety concerns. The Columbia River is obviously the largest river in the state, and it's a multi-use river. So we have all over paddlers and boaters coexisting. We haven't seen any documented safety concerns. So at this point, I don't think there's a statutory basis to go forward under what ORS 175. So that would take us to user conflict. Typically, when the board acts on user conflict, they want a mature conflict. So the Rogue, that was probably a 20-year process. The Silet's been 40 years. This is something relatively new. So I would think that before we took action on user conflict, the board would explore different opportunities, boater education and enforcement. And then also because of the significant impact on recreational boaters, the staff recommendation is that we deny this petition. Is there any questions?
Can we go back to the picture that was the aerial photograph?
Absolutely. That one?
That'll work. So looking at that, I don't know when the photograph was actually taken, but my experience is out there in relatively recent history on the southern channel of the Columbia River to the west of I-205, where you see the more browny shadow. That area is really, really shallow.
Yes.
So in the summertime, you do see a lot of sailing activity in the area between I-5 and then upstream of 205. Again, creating more conflict with wake boaters and all that sort of stuff with other users. But there's a huge amount of wake boat activity between the western tip and that shallow water, as well as between 205 and going up. So to me, it's like, you might be risking increasing conflicts, decreasing one kind of conflict, and increasing a different kind of conflict.
So I think probably what we've seen, and probably somewhat part of the issue, is because of rules down on the Willamette with surfing, it probably pushed some of that activity. And so, I
mean, it was popular even before we did the overwash, but it's probably more popular now. And that kind of brings your comment about mature conflict. And I think about, so the issues that we did face on the lower Willamette, all the floating home barges that we were dealing with, they have one dock and the boats come out this way, parallel to the river. So everybody is fronting on the wake line. Whereas these are all docks that are like this, so you only have a really small handful. I think about North Portland Harbor, which is a much narrower waterway. And so the full length no wake zone just makes sense because there's a lot of places where my moorage's 200-foot zone crosses over into your 200-foot zone. So you basically have a whole sheet of no wake zone anyway for a lot of those moorages. And going back to the lower Willamette issue again, when you talk about conflict in the stretch between Waverly Marina and Hawthorne Bridge, you've got something like 5 or 6 rowing clubs, 5 or 6 paddling clubs, organized like 2,500 represented organized athletes, and that's organized. Let's not forget about the equal, if not greater, number of disorganized people paddling and rowing out on those waterways. We don't have that here. We really don't have that mature conflict.
This one for me. Some of the decisions we've had to make in the past couple of years in my time on the board are difficult ones. This was pretty easy, in my opinion. And I agree with your recommendation, just for the mere fact that a couple things. One, everybody that I read, not everybody, the majority of the comments that I read that were in favor of this petition said that the rules as they exist now are not being enforced. You have PWCs circling around, whatever you have, towed water sports in there, which aren't supposed to be on this path or so. But then there's the assumption being made that if you make it all no wake zone, somehow magically that'll be enforced. So I think enforcement is the issue here. It appears to be, or lack thereof. Hence my comment. I was just digging in a little bit on the ship landing end of things. And I think much to Laura's comment, she was mentioning that you could just create a different type of conflict somewhere else. I think you could also create a different type of safety concern. If all of a sudden people are, I don't want to slow down to go through here, so they're going to take another route that is, either out the main shipping channel that's more challenging, or try and cut through the north side, which is, narrow, or not narrow, but shallow, etc. So I wouldn't be in favor of that. Said, I would be in favor of working with Metro, and who operates Gleason?
Metro.
Metro 2. Yeah, so certainly getting together with Metro and seeing if we can do some more of these education signs at the boat ramps to just highlight that section, tell people what the appropriate type of behavior and use is in there.
So, Chair Jackson, Member Lambert, in looking at this petition we've discussed, well, what I think would be a reasonable option is you directing us to provide education for voters and work with law enforcement. So I think there's an opportunity that we put some additional signage up at Gleason and Chinook Landing to describe what's acceptable activity in the pass-through zone. I think that makes more sense than trying to add additional signage on the waterway, especially since we don't have a lot of pass-through zones. So I think we need to have a little more description, and having something like that on the water is either going to be a big sign. And in that area, I don't think a big sign is a good idea.
I agree. I think at your access points is the most appropriate place.
And a lot of the access is from the floating home, so they should be familiar with the rule, whether they decide to follow it or not. And we'll also reach out to Multnomah County to see if they can provide some additional patrols in that area. And of course, that's subject to their priorities and the limitations they have. So I think the signage at the boat ramps is probably the best opportunity.
Yeah, there may be an opportunity as well. I know they have some events out at Chinook Landing, like boating, just boating events. But maybe the BSAs could go out in their kayaks and just kind of drop down in this area and do a little bit of their own sort of targeted education around the floating homes with the grandkids. To just help those people understand what safe boating actually is in that environment. Any other comments or Member Bassett, anything to say?
Total agreement with you guys.
So do we have a motion?
I would make a motion to recommend staff to work with Metro and putting in some enhanced educational signage nearby boat ramps. And different application. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to work with Metro about some informational and educational signage at Gleason and Chinook Landing and to deny the petition. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Next item, legislative concepts.
Can I make one comment?
Yeah.
Really quick on both of those presentations. I just want to acknowledge Alan and Brian working together for both of those complicated issues. Those presentations, the clear definition of authority, the visual aids, and the WERS data, super helpful. Really appreciate you guys putting the extra time in to do
I
that.
really like the inclusion of her data. That seems to be something new in our discussions, so it's really helpful.
Thank you. Thank you for the feedback.
All right. So on to the next one.
So ledge concepts, unfortunately, we got distracted on the Siletz and McGuire Island and didn't put a slide together on the ledge concepts. Ledge concepts are pretty simple. We have two of them. The first one is a budget proposal that was already approved.
And so I asked actually for Alan, I just asked Tracy to come up and we'll pull up the old presentation. Perfect. More of a reminder to the board that you made a decision and just we're doing it. We won't walk you back through the entire slide that you did through in January, but if you jump to about slide 11, Christy can just comment on how she's taken what direction the board gave us and what she's done with that information.
Are you saying we're forgetful?
Just in case.
Just go over the other questions. Chair Jackson, member of the board, I'm Christy Cornish, Business Services Manager. And the legislative concept that we did submit was the one that you guys approved back in January, and that's for the standard fee increase. That's the $9.75 per foot. And so we did submit that, and I believe we'll hear back in May in regards to CFO, Chief Financial Office, sorry, should use abbreviations, and Governor's Office will let us know if that's proceeding forward with that.
Thank you.
And as a reminder, that kept us at current service level. It
Yes.
didn't provide us new.
Correct.
You know, unfortunately, we're in a world of just maintaining is tough enough to do.
So that was our first legislative concept, and that's the one critical. We have a second legislative concept that goes hand in hand with this. We're requesting civil penalty authority, and what that is if we find a voter that violates our rules, rather than solely relying on law enforcement to issue citations, it would grant the agency authority to essentially issue civil penalties, which are, it's not a citation, it's a different process, but essentially it's a penalty process for voting violators. So we're limiting that request to solely registration compliance. And so only for motorized boats, will not apply to waterway access permits or other types of boating violations. Those will all be handled through our current law enforcement partners. The reason I say it's going hand in hand with our budget, you know, we recognize the number of voter registrations is going down, which is a significant, you know, the majority source of our income. And so this is an effort to, you know, the boats that are currently being used are in compliant as a way to minimize the need for additional revenues down the road. And so it's just one big package to make sure that voters are compliant with the registration requirements. I think a side impact from this as well is ADVs. Through the ARPA funds from a couple years ago, we recognize that the typical life of an ADV is it starts with somebody's beloved vessel that they moor at a facility. The person who is passionate about the boat, you know, ages out, passes away, and the family doesn't know what to do with it. Typically in the process, the individual was unable or unwilling to continue to maintain it. And so it goes into a state of disrepair. Eventually, they quit paying the mortgage. The mortgage will seize it, sell it, and they're selling it at fire sale prices. And so somebody who doesn't necessarily have the resources will purchase it thinking it would be a great, you know, vessel that they could fix up and use. And, you know, they end up not doing that. It gets further into disrepair and they realize it's going to cost a couple $1,000s to pull out and dispose of. So they find somebody who will pay them $100 to get rid of it. And now it ends up a Ross Island. And so I think if we can use that civil penalty authority to try and nip that problem in the bud is going to be a benefit, you know, much larger benefit in the long run. So what our plan is, we're not going to increase staff at this time. We currently have the Clean Marina program where my staff member, Glenn Dolphin, runs the Clean Marina program. He does inspections on the facilities. And we see some facilities who are really good at making sure their boats are compliant with current registration laws. We have other facilities where, you know, maybe 50–60% of the boats are in full registration compliance. So there's some significant numbers out there. So what we would propose doing is, if we get that authority, spend some time figuring out the rules, getting the process in place internally, going out, doing some test cases, either through the Clean Marina program or the BSAs. And typically we see this problem in marinas. Boats that are trailered are less, you know, when they go into lack of use, they're in the backfield with blackberries growing out of, not sitting on the water. And so the Clean Marina program seems like the rational location to start the program. And once we get that in place, then we can look at how do we want to expand the program. So this is kind of, at this point, just requesting authority, putting the test scenario into place, and then we'll evaluate next biennium. We're looking at 2007.
2931.
Yeah. So we're not moving quickly here, but we're going through the process. So this is just to put everything in place so that if we decide to go expand that authority, we're set up to do that.
Okay, I would think. So just to let you know that this is considered revenue neutral, because we're going in for a fee increase, we need to be very careful that we're not adding positions. However, they are working on this, you know, civil penalty authority, and like you said, working through the rules and everything. But this will not be taking any expenditures from our budget, because we have to be very careful when we're going through for a fee increase, and we're not adding something, because it doesn't look kosher, as I should say.
You're just trying to recoup the fees that should be paid anyways, not additional fees.
Exactly.
So we
really prove of concept is a good way.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you can look ahead in the future, and if the rules work out and some of the test cases work out, and we don't find a bunch of legal challenges in that, you could see this being a program that could sustain itself. You know, we give Alan a citation book and send him out in a Hyundai. Or we might find out it's so complicated, it's really just better for a limited use situation, an ADV situation, or to get a hold of something. And so first steps to get the authority and just start kind of trying and seeing what happens with it.
And so in a hypothetical but real world situation, a boat comes from another state and it's showing tags from 2021. And it anchors off of Ross Island. And Dorothy's out there doing her thing. DSL people are out there doing their thing. Could they then report it to Glenn, and Glenn could take action against that boat?
That would be the goal. If it wasn't properly registered, there would be another tool in the toolbox to do essentially an administrative action instead of a law enforcement action against the registration.
Thank you, Drew.
I mean,
I was tripped up, like, okay, it is the interstate nature of it somehow complicated.
You know, it's a boat that's been there for a year
You
already.
got 5 people on one side of the river, you gotta get them to the other side.
Yeah, because that to me makes a whole lot of sense, that we have tools that can, other than our actual marine law enforcement officers being able to take action against bad registrations.
And based on rough estimates, we anticipate there's probably 10 to 20% of current boats on the water that aren't registered. And I think we've seen, like I said, the vast majority of the problem is boats that are stored in marinas. In our legislative concept, we requested the civil penalty authority. We also included clarification on what it means to operate a boat. And so our working definition is that any boat on the water is in operation, and we would just clarify that statutorily, so we didn't get down the road and somebody says, I wasn't using it, I was just mooring it.
So in my brain, trying to wrap the concept around, what I hear you saying is very similar to what I anticipate OPRD has for park rangers. the citation authority, right? So, and that, the fines for those citations are set in rule. So you're looking for the statutory authority to do that, and then to come back and rule and set a $200 fine or whatever the heck is decided at that point for failure to maintain compliance with registration or whatnot.
So in the, thank you, Member Lambert. I believe we're requesting $500 maximum penalty. The current violation for registration compliance is, I believe, in Class D violation, which is $115 fine. The goal is to be able to use this as a tool. So if we see a boat in Newbury Pool that isn't violated, you know, some of those people may say, well, I'm only going to use the boat 3-4 times, you know, good luck catching me. My registration is going to be $500. So I'll pay your $115 fine. And, you know, if you catch me again, maybe I'll consider doing registration. So we want it high enough to change behavior, but also we want to look at it. So when we have the boat moored, we could essentially go up every single day and get a new $115 fine, which seems pretty inefficient, but it'd be nice to be able to, you know, have significant authority so that, you know, and I think registration is about $500 would register, I think about a 30-foot boat.
Yeah, I get the
So
logic.
remember, your example was actually exactly kind of what happened. Most people don't realize a park ranger in the state park and write citation books because they use it judiciously and it's not their first tool, it's not their lead story, but it's also a way to, you know, manage their park system and not always necessarily need law enforcement to do it. So there's definitely some modeling after that idea, that concept.
Yeah, and it, as an operator of 2 marinas, it isn't always the highest priority for law enforcement to go do that versus other things. So there needs to be kind of that same example of the park ranger, right? It needs to be that middle ground where you guys have that. I would just think that, man, poor Glenn, if it lands on Glenn's lap, he's gonna be a busy guy, potentially. So this program could grow.
Yeah, because that's gonna proof it out. It'll take us at least a year to get the rules built out. And then you never know, right? It seems like a great idea to us. If you ask me, I'd say I could definitely see a case in the future where some staff member that had a lot of this being their job could essentially sustain itself through what it generates. But maybe we're going to encounter things along the way that we just don't understand right now. And we're going to find out it's way more complicated than that. And we'll move away from it or use it in very limited cases of, again, some of the ADVs. But I think it definitely, you know, we hear from our user community every time, you know, every time we raise fees, we hear from our user community. I see unregistered boats out there. Why aren't they paying their part? And then it would, you know, help them. So this is just one more way for us to try to help hold people accountable.
Last comment is I wonder if there's a way to, when you're working through this legislation, to potentially grant that authority, the legislature grant that authority to local government operators or other state agency operators, right? So rather than our team who has code enforcement authority or whatnot, or can at least enact a code that's in compliance potentially with statute, our team could just go ahead and do that rather than having to contact, might take the burden off and have the same feedback. Because right now, we just consider our jurisdiction stops at land.
Yeah. Interesting. We can take a look at that. That might get the lawyers thinking a little bit, but we can take a look at that.
I like the idea.
I like the idea too.
For full disclosure, so we had to get our ledge concept submitted by April 10th. So we submitted both of them. Our ledge concept 1 is the budget. That has already gone through CFO's office as an awaiting the governor's approval. This one, I filed the day after we filed the budget. Last time I checked the status, it was still waiting for Chief Financial Officer's approval.
And if the board directed us to stop, we can stop. If the timelines have gotten pushed up, just feels like more and more and more. We used to get more until like to do this, so we had more time to talk with the board before we had to. Now it's this weird deal that we have to put them in and then come ask permission. But To be clear, if the board didn't want to go this direction, we could certainly stop our own idea.
Member Messent, do you have any comments?
I do not.
Okay. So do you want us to vote on it, or are you okay going with what you've
Do
heard?
we need approval or just? You voted on the fee increase. I think it would be helpful for you to vote that you support the ledge concept for the,
Civil penalty authority. All right, I move that we support the legislative concept number 2 for civil penalties. Second. All right, we have a second. We have a motion and a second to support the legislative concept number 2 for civil penalties. All those in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Right. So, go on. Fiona has to step up for a few minutes, and we're going to switch, and we're going to have Janine come up and talk about free waterway access permits.
I'm super excited about this because, like, is this your first time to not just have to talk about facility grants?
Talked about poo. I've talked about maintenance. I've talked about other things. Yeah. Yes, all those things are important.
You can't get outdoor people together without it eventually being some talk about the bathrooms or sewer systems.
Oh, man, the amount of stories about who's had the worst poo incident in a restroom can get pretty graphic when you're talking to maintenance staff. So for the record, I'm Janine Bullock. I'm the Boating Facilities Program Manager at the Marine Board. And free waterway access permit days. So statutorily, the board has discretion to designate free days of which anyone in a non-motorized boat would not need to have a waterway access permit to go out and paddle. Historically, we have followed Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's free fishing days. And I will say we haven't had complaints about that. No one has said those are bad days, but that's what we've done. In some internal discussions, it was whether or not those maybe are they the best days. Some of their days are often in the worst conditions, especially if the idea of a free waterway access opportunity is to encourage new or people who are curious about exploring non-motorized boating. Going out in February, November is generally not the best time of year. As well as that's also when we have the least amount of on-water patrol. So from a safety aspect, it's just a riskier situation. I did check with other agencies on kind of what they're doing. State parks used to have free camping. That's now all gone, and they just have one day, and that's usually the first Saturday in June, for a free no parking permit is needed. Department of State Lands, their stuff is free. Department of Forestry charges at some of their areas for camping, but no one, I couldn't find anyone who knew whether or not they ever thought about free days or offered them, because they do have sites that are already free, and their rates for camping on their property is fairly low. So in looking at things and having those internal discussions, we wanted to come to the board and see if there was an interest of doing stuff like this. We talked about Earth Day, the amount of paddle clubs, riverkeeper groups. They go out and they do cleanups, they do events. Maybe that's a good opportunity, kind of that springtime, get people out there. We talked about, celebrating like the life jackets, right? The whole month of May is like a life jacket awareness, wear your life jacket to work. Maybe we do a day and really promote free waterway, no permit, wear your life jacket and really hype that up. We also talked about opportunities that maybe resonate more with that group. So it was like family is very important, getting out there. Perhaps it is a grandparents' day, or it's the Labor Day holiday, school, get the family out. And then of course, celebrating the Federal Wild and Scenic Act. That's important. And that's also kind of the kick up for when the rains are going to start heading in, and that appeals to whitewater groups. So those are some we just kind of bounced around. We did have some discussion on major holidays, and I will say we're honestly kind of divided. I think trying to encourage a new person to go out on a peak holiday weekend is intimidating and a bit scary. And sites are already at capacity, so there's more pressure, more push. Maybe look at a day that isn't on those holidays from the facility aspect, the attention. But that's where we're coming to the board and we're asking for guidance. Do you want to? I mean, I had several questions. Does the board support changing February and November days? Or do you want to, add days and still keep those? Because kayak fishing is growing. Does the board support increasing days? Right now we're doing those days. That's a pretty significant amount. What does the board think for specific days or holidays? Give us some sideboards so we know, do you want to do this? So we should entertain rulemaking. And if so, is there a maximum number of days? Is there certain guidance on what those days look like so we can go through a rulemaking process? Or just report back to you on what we're hearing and what we're seeing on the 3 days.
I love the days you mentioned, Janine, with the Earth Day and Celebrate Wild and Scenic Act Day and kind of combine them with safety awareness, life jacket awareness. I love those ideas.
I'm all for having days where people can get out on the water that reduce some of their costs, because as we know, costs are very expensive. And when we're talking about accessibility and access, as long as safety is not undermined, that safety and wearing life jackets is still at the forefront, that people can go out and enjoy the water. I think that looking at the days that are already included is great, but also for the non-motorized boating community. We're in Oregon and it's really cold, and so the days that are included as free days aren't going to accommodate the majority of the people who would actually want to take advantage or could take advantage of it. It's not safe. So I think those two are kind of contradicting. And that's where the new days that you did present are, April's still really cold, May is getting better, the water's still cold. But those are all in conjunction with, learning about the environment, learning about, paddling safely, or, exercising proper safety in the water, regardless of your craft. And so I think if we can do that, I think it's a great idea and a really good thing that the voting safety advocate team can link in with as well.
And it's going back to the life jacket celebration we're doing.
Fifth to
float thing. The target audience for that isn't going to be trying to do their newbie trying out boating on those 2 deep winter free fishing days. It's going to be like that day in May or a day in the summer. So yeah, Life Jacket Awareness Day. Earth Day is a gateway drug for so many people to get on the water because they volunteered through SOLVE, they volunteered through River Keepers and various other organizations like that, many of whom get our grants. But to have even our grantees the ability to not have to get waterway access permits for all of their participants in these programs, I think is really fantastic. Because it is a gateway for people to get into those programs or to get into some other way of getting out. So I fully support exploring, probably ditching the 2 winter ones and finding a couple of others that make sense in normal weather. Because again, like you brought up, 4th of July would be like a horrible day to have. When I think about like on the Willamette, there's so many people going out who don't know what they don't know, that you're risking a huge amount of trouble. And then there's a whole controversy right now in New York about what's going to be happening around New York City on 4th of July, and they're banning non-motorized boats. And the paddlers are losing it. But law enforcement is going, we can't have you out there. Because for everyone of you who knows what you're doing, there's 10 of you who don't. But who's going to go surf the wake of the big ship coming in versus who's going to try it and doesn't know what they're doing?
To add on to that, if I may, like you said, these days are fantastic that are presented for getting a lot of people in there. But we're also talking about the fact that, waterway access grants and permits that fund grants that are significantly decreasing. If we can get more people on the water to understand that this is the process you can follow down, hopefully it could also generate some more revenue coming into those grant funding sources as well. So as long as we can have the education side to be like, okay, great, you didn't need it today, but if you want to go tomorrow, these are the typical rules that happen throughout, the year, then pay your couple bucks and then you can enjoy the. So that would be the only other thing I would add.
I would agree with everything that's been said, particularly the February, November dates. As I said yesterday, I'm only when it comes to cold water, so you wouldn't see me out there taking advantage of it. The only other thing I would say is, I think the people like consistency. The operators like consistency, law enforcement likes consistency on this. The users, I think, do. So maybe consider just something like the second Saturday of the month, like May, June, July, or whatever it is, so people can kind of get used to it without having to remember those handful of dates. But just a thought.
So I have a question. It's a little bit off topic but adjacent.
Mhm.
So we've been doing the Water Access Grant Program for,
Since 2020 was when the first grant was awarded.
so 6 years basically. And we've got a number of groups, including Denver Wild's group, who've received grants who are all about education and access.
Mhm.
Do you ever have or have you ever thought about having leadership from all of those types of groups sitting down on Zoom and having a powwow?
That's actually one of the things we're going to start working on, because what I'm finding is I'm being the middle person between this is how this program is done. They've done some good things, and it sounds like it might be able to address the challenge you're having. And rather than me being the middle person, I think it makes more sense to pull people together and just talk about
If
things.
that would be a forum, sort of like what you're talking about, if we have Earth Day as a free waterway permit day, the leaders of those programs who have received our grants can very easily articulate, this is free permit day, which is why all y'all are out here. And our programs are funded by those permits. So if you want to continue paddling, you really need to buy the permit, just so that programs like this can continue.
And it would have a big statewide impact too.
Yes.
Like say if I ran one and then, Tuesday they ran theirs and then all of a sudden the CTFs would have all this media and footage from all around the state. And it could be a really impactful thing to do. And although I really like the September and October dates, I think the more that you can put towards the beginning of the season to really get people excited and aware about it will help throughout the summer. So I see a lot of that. I'm not saying you need to add 10 dates, but what you proposed here is rare.
Chair Jackson, if I could just, Member Lambert earlier today mentioned how, you appreciate the staff just goes out and takes care of things for people that they don't even know about. This is another great example. Nobody is actually asking us for this at this time. This was just Janine looking at the program as it's matured and saying, we can probably do better for the non-motorized community now that the program's growing. So I think it's just another good example where the agency's out thinking about voters. And then just because it comes up sometimes in these pre-discussions that been today, some people will say, why don't we do this for motorized as well? And, the simple answer is because we'd be in violation of Coast Guard standards if we did some of that stuff. But there's also a lot more safety concerns involved with people dragging a motorized boat out once a year, all the issues that come along with that. So we don't have authority to do that with the motorized community. I know none of you are asking, but it frequently comes up when there's discussion about it. So just wanted to acknowledge that piece right away.
Well, I think I remember what else point to and what they was mentioned is, I don't know if it's the gateway driver gateway. It's, that non-motorized use can be the first stepping stone to getting somebody out on the water, getting comfortable where they then progress on to potentially, motorized use. So I see it as a stepping stone to both uses potentially.
I will say, I haven't talked to the whitewater community, but I want to be cognizant that a lot of times their peak use is in the winter. I do have a meeting coming up soon with Lower Columbia Kayak and Canoe Club, and I was going to ask them what they thought about a free permit day in the winter that could be marketed toward that use or promoted as that type of use. Not that a lot of new people will go out in a January or February timeframe, but I also need mindful that they are paying into the system. And if we can find a time that would work for them to have to seize that opportunity when those waters are in their peak for their enjoyment. But like I said, I haven't vetted that piece out fully, but through the rulemaking process, it definitely can be.
But they also do have more acceptance than the majority of people that are
Yes.
already purchasing waterway access
Yes.
permits. So that, I mean, I don't see any reason why we would need to exclude some of the winter days, so we can make sure that they get out water as well. But also that a big part of that population doesn't purchase waterway access permits as it is.
So I think that's pretty good. Oh, go ahead,
That's
sorry.
one other thing, the fact that the waterway access program has only been around since 2020, and the depth of action that has happened and the depth of impact. And if I'm allowed to say on the personal side that, like, I don't know if I am, but the impact that those grants have made allows programs like nonprofits to actually be successful. So I greatly appreciate all the work that you and your team has done to facilitate it in a very short period of time.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got a fantastic staff, and I will say working with the non-governmental organizations out there who have been on the water and trying to do this, hearing about how they've been able to grow and expand outreach has been really rewarding. That they're seeing needs and they're able to be responsive to some of the needs and the ways they're creating opportunity for communities to experience it. And I think definitely speaks to the intent of that legislation and the process that went through the creation of that program.
Tangible. So thank you.
So unless the board feels like you need to, I think we've got I don't think we need you to take an official vote. It feels like we've got good direction and what would have to be a future agenda item where we would probably come back with more of a concrete proposals, some potential rule language if we need to. So unless you all feel like you want to make some motion and official declaration, I think.
I do.
So moving on to our last agenda item, board meeting timelines.
Okay, typically I would just start right out, but I'll put Member Wild on the spot if she doesn't mind, because I know that she's got one on her mind, but if you want me to ramble for a bit first, I can do that and give your time to catch up.
No, you're good. Thank you, Director Warren. There was some language on the waterway access permits, in particular to the types of sports and the language that was outlining certain sports that is a bit outdated, and it's going to be very confusing for the user population, specifically in mentioning how certain types of equipment are using, for example, sailboards, which isn't really a current term, so windsurfing equipment. Basically the sports that are particularly of interest are windsurfing, foiling, a variety of different sports, the new sport of wing foiling, which now there's another one called para-winging. Both windsurfing and kiting also include kite foiling, and now there is also stand-up paddle foiling. And so there's a lot of minute little languages and terms that can be used so the users in those groups know exactly if they fit in the category that means they need to purchase a waterway access permit or they do not. And on top of that, which is also very important, is the use of a life jacket. And so I had communicated with some shops that had a lot of confusion around who needs to wear a life jacket at what time for those variety of sports and who needs to purchase a waterway access permit. So my request would be to have the opportunity to work with staff to just clarify that language, which is pretty simple to do, but we just need that to be allowed to happen so that the users of the water know what they need. That's my request.
And just for the rest of the board, some of this is in rules, so in working that, eventually it would be rule processes. You wouldn't need to be opening rules or anything today. It would just be a future agenda item. Staff was excited, but I think the last time we took a stab at these rules, we don't have the expertise. That's why we love to have board members that have the experiences that we don't have. Because you know, it's nothing worse than when we have something in the language that doesn't make sense to the community we're trying to communicate with. So,
And that kind of got a little bit into what I was asking for, about the building technology changes. But when we talk about the various foiling aspects, and the various wing aspects, and where they converge and diverge, but also things like motorized kayaks.
Yeah.
I was really disappointed to go to Sportsman's Show and not see any kind of paddle craft.
it's crazy.
Or motorized.
They advertise it as the biggest.
It's correct.
Biggest number.
Yeah.
So staff would be happy to accommodate that request and work with Member Wild, and then eventually that would come back as some sort of rule process, probably for the rest of the board to consider, if that's good with the board.
So, and I would like to have some of that discussion, the stuff that I was talking about, maybe in July, but not yours, because we've already got a lot of really big stuff in July to talk about. So maybe half years later on, I don't know.
I mean, already it's gonna be late for the summer, and so
Okay.
between Larry and I, we were able to understand the current rules, so we could explain it to the users.
Do we want to just add it into the discussion in July?
We can, yeah.
Is there?
If we queue, yeah.
It's just not gonna be there.
So if we queue it up in October and we do if staff does our work with Member Wild outside of the meeting, we can. And if the board agreed, then they could open rulemaking in October and we could potentially resolve it by January, April at the latest.
Yeah.
Unless it got really controversial in a way we didn't understand, but, you know, we'll be leaning on the expert here to help us understand what would be super controversial and what would be less.
That'd be
So-
great.
Okay, we'll queue that up for October. And then, thank you for that. We've got, just some other things going on. The free days, I think given what you just said, Member Jackson, we'll probably queue the 3 days discussion back up in October. I was thinking July, but let's queue that up for October. That gives us time to do our homework and get a really good proposal together. We do have two, less controversial rules, but we need to get going on them. We've got a reciprocity issue with some guides in Idaho. We've got some real clear language in Washington and Oregon. We have less clear language in some Idaho and Oregon situations. Our OSP friends have told us that they're having a hard time with some cases specifically because we're missing some language. It will be non-controversial. Rulemaking is non-controversial as any rulemaking can be. So we can queue that up with some rule language in July. If you agree and you open rulemaking, bring it back in October for a vote. And so we would be hoping to put that on to July. Again, fairly straightforward. We'll have the work done. And then we need to do some life jacket rules still just to align to the Fed. So it's another case where it's an alignment issue. So, you know, folks might be frustrated about life jackets, but in the end, we have to conform with the federal guidelines to keep getting our Coast Guard money. So
Is that why is it related to why in the board book, there was some language in there about a future discussion on changing the definition of a life jacket to match Coast Guard? It was.
I can assume so.
Okay.
Looking for-
Didn't we do
I didn't
that
do
like
that.
3 years ago? Did they change it again since 3 years ago?
I think some of it is just we haven't caught up with all their new stuff. So we would be hoping to bring that in July, but those two, we think in terms of the board, we don't expect a room full of people coming to talk about this.
Yeah, you jinxed it.
Yeah, and if they get sideways, then we'll put them on the long. Other than that, the next meeting would be in Madras. We will have Jennifer do her miracle to work with all of you to accommodate schedules for the probably half day, 4 to 6 hour work session. And the other thing that we'll bring in July is a proposal for board meetings for the next 2 years. So we're mapped through 27, but through 26. We'll bring you a proposal for 27 and 28. For planning purposes, next year, January, April, June are always in Salem because there's a full legislative session going on. So, but we'll bring that with a complete where, when type of deal. Have a discussion with you about that. Other than that, I've got nothing.
Anybody else have anything?
We got a conversation on jet boat, or mini jets there too, right? I think that was like in October.
Yes, mini jets is still queued up for an October discussion.
Okay. With that, Member Mesa, anything?
No, thank you. Sorry I couldn't be there, guys.
No problem. We are adjourned.